semicolon.
Okay, I call to order the Monday, February 9th meeting of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee and request that you all rise and join Representative La Rochelle in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Representative. We're here this morning to hear three bills in public hearing between now and roughly 11 o'clock, at which time we will break for an executive session, followed by lunch, followed by a couple of more bills for public hearings, followed by another executive session. So it's going to be a busy day. So let's get started, and I'll open a public hearing on House Bill 1535 relative to clarifying eligible renewable energy classes under the Renewable Portfolio Standard, and call on the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Tom Corman, to introduce it to us. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, colleagues. Tom Corman, Grafton 15, which is Ward 3 of the Micropolitan City of Lebanon. And I know I always talk about the Micropolitan City of Lebanon, but this time it really is very relevant to the Micropolitan City of Lebanon. Here to introduce HB 1535. This is the bill that I have referred to as the semicolon bill. More appropriately, it would be the punctuation and lack thereof bill. So I've given everybody a handout with the current beginning text of RSA 362F:4, defining the renewable energy classes, some of them from class 1. And I have circled in item B about geothermal energy that there is a comma following the word energy. In item E about methane gas, that there is no punctuation after the word gas. And in item G about solar thermal energy, that there's a semicolon after the word energy. So here we have three different punctuations or lack thereof. The intent, as I understand it, was that for each of these three items, that they would be allowed for electric energy, and then for useful thermal energy if they began operation after January 1st, 2013. I believe that was the intent when this text was drafted. However, in Lebanon, we have a landfill, and it is a mighty landfill. People come from miles around just to dump their trash at our landfill. And being a landfill that likes to produce methane gas, and the city of Lebanon has started to recover that methane gas and do something useful with it. And one of the things that we're trying to do is produce electricity. The problem here is that the methane is not being credited for producing electricity because of the missing punctuation in item E. So the Department of Energy is interpreting item E as requiring only useful thermal energy and not allowing electric energy. This was brought to my attention by a constituent of mine who's sitting right behind me, the Honorable Clifton Below, so I put in this bill. And Mr. Below's suggestion was put in the semicolon. As I've mentioned before, I directed the Dartmouth College Writing Program for 4 years. Writing is very important to me. And what I thought about was, if the problem is a missing semicolon, the problem is not a missing semicolon. The problem is that the wording is not clear. So what I decided to do was just rewrite it to make it clear. So that's what the bill does. If you look at the text of the bill, it rewrites items B, E, and G so that B says geothermal energy, comma, but for useful thermal energy, the unit must begin operation after January 1st, 2013. Item E, methane gas, comma, but for useful thermal energy, the unit must begin operation after January 1st, 2013. And then similarly in item G for solar thermal energy. So now the wording should be clear. The intent should be clear. It should not be relying on punctuation for semantics. So that is the bill for Class 1 renewable energy classes. Now, I understand that we might not be having Class 1 renewable energy classes for that much longer, but we might. And for as long as we have them, it would be good to actually make it clear what they are. And with that, I will take questions, but I will point out that Mr. Belo has much deeper knowledge of this situation than I do, so you might want to save your really good questions for him.
Thank you for introducing this legislation. Questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, we'll call next on Meg Stone from the Department of Energy. Good morning, Ms. Stone, and welcome back.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Meg Stone, Legislative Liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. So yes, as you heard from the prime sponsor, I'm sorry, the department is neutral on this bill. As you heard from the prime sponsor, this bill seeks to clarify the eligibility criteria for certain thermal energy sources within Class 1. So just a little bit of background in doing some research on this. I believe it was Senate Bill 577 in 2018 that amended the statute for methane specifically, so that methane will qualify for thermal renewable energy credits under Class 1. And it is accurate that under, as it's currently written, the department does interpret RSA 362F4 Roman 1E as methane only qualifies for renewable energy credits as thermal energy. The department believes the clarification to the statute to allow methane for electric is a legislative policy decision, and we appreciate the sponsor's efforts to clarify the interpretation of the statute. I did speak to the sponsor briefly this morning, and talking with our general counsel, he did have a suggestion for an amendment that he believes may clarify it a little bit further. And basically, it would just take, and I'll just use B in the statute as an example. It would just say B geothermal, and then you would have a new C, and then geothermal energy output in the form of useful thermal energy only if the unit began operation after January 1, 2013. So it would basically just separate out using the same language now into a new letter, and you would do the same thing for methane and solar thermal energy. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Ms. Stone? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Stone, for taking my question. So you're saying the attorney didn't think that this language would sufficiently provide clarification?
Thank you for the question. He was just looking at it as maybe it would just add some more clarification for the department if they were just separated out into two separate lines.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Stone.
Thank you.
We'll call next on the Honorable Clifton Belo from Lebanon, representing CPCNH. Thank you and good morning.
Good morning. I'm Clifton Belo, Chair of the Regulatory and Legislative Affairs Committee of the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, which did vote to endorse and support this legislation, in part because it increases the supply of New Hampshire RECs, which helps mitigate, the price when there's more supply. Won't belabor this. The handout that I have does show that first part of the statute as it currently exists. I might note that methane gas is for the purposes of the Renewable Portfolio Standard Chapter, which is 362F, defines methane gas as biologically derived methane gas from anaerobic digestion of organic materials such as landfill waste. The city of Lebanon has been working for some 20 years to deal with its landfill gas. It installed a collection system in Flair about a decade ago, but it's been working to develop this, trying to use that power usefully. And the value of the renewable energy credits was a key part of the sort of business plan, business case for it. And because that actually started before 2018, and the rules, which are cited on the top of the second page of for the RPS, does, say that Class 1 source means a generation facility that produces electricity from methane gas or these other sources. Basically in 2018, after this other Senate Bill 577 was introduced, did not address it, and the bill was introduced, Liberty was then working on the idea of getting gas from the landfill in Bethlehem, New Hampshire, and turning it into what's called renewable natural gas, because it's from biological sources, recent. And they wanted to have that qualify for thermal RECs. And so they proposed this language, which was structured like the existing language in B concerning geothermal and G concerning solar thermal energy. On the back, there's a couple of references to the legislative history. It is fully documented, well over 100 pages of Senate and House legislative history. And I read through all of it, and there's no indication whatsoever in any of that legislative history that it was ever intended to disqualify electricity made from methane gas. It was just simply intended to extend the methane gas, if used for useful thermal energy, to qualify for thermal RECs in effect. So that's basically it. I would note that the RPS, when it was originally acted in 2006, did qualify existing electricity generated from methane gas. And I know, for instance, the Nashua landfill produces Class 3 RECs because it preexisted before 2006. And just with regard to DOA's suggested amendment, certainly that's another way to make it clear. But I would note, and you can see on the first page, the subsections, the subparagraphs are shown A through H, but there's about 3 or 4 more subsections which are rather lengthy. So to insert, these additional sections, they would need to go at the end, or you'd have to renumber all of these. So I'm not sure that additional amendment there's value added to it compared to this, because I think this is pretty clear, but, could go either way. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks for researching and providing the legislative history. That's excellent information to have.
I did send this out, file it as electronic testimony, so you can click right on the links to go right to it if you want to.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Belo? Well, seeing none, I want to thank
Very
you
good.
for your testimony. And since I have no more pink cards for this this legislation, we will close this public hearing and relax for about 15 minutes while we wait to open the next public hearing on HB 1577.
Just so folks know, I do have some homemade berry muffins here, if anybody would like one for lunch.
Okay, it being 9:30, I'm going to open a public hearing on House Bills 1577 relative to the disclosure of utility customer data to municipalities for emergency response planning. And I'm going to call on the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Dyer from Plainfield, Sullivan District 7, to introduce this legislation. Good morning and welcome to ST&E.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I am, for the record, Representative Margaret Dry from Plainfield. I represent Sullivan County District 7, which is Plainfield, Cornish, Charlestown, Unity, and Newport. Thank you, committee, for having me. This bill had its impetus last fall when Senator Ruth Ward and I attended a presentation by Eversource about how to help constituents who might have trouble paying bills in the winter and where to send them. It was great constituent service information. And when we started to talk about sharing information about life support and things that are very pertinent and very important to electric companies, I talked about my experience in emergency medicine and how hard it is to know what houses to look for and take care of during a long-standing outage, power outage. And was there any way that we could get, as emergency medical planners, something to a list like they have of who they have on life support? And the answer was no, because RSA 363 does not have that in the list of things that you can give to a third party. Reasons you can give information to a third party. So this bill is kind of in response to that. What I learned is that electric companies have lists of people, documentation of who's on life support so that their bills are not, or their electricity is not cut off if they can't pay their bills. They're the priority kind of people. And the electric companies, utilities all communicate with municipalities in the event of an emergency or a long-standing outage. So they're communicating with the people that they know need help, and they're also communicating with municipalities. But there isn't any direct knowledge of the municipalities of the list that's the life support people. And I experienced that a couple of times. I've been on the rescue squad for 45 years, and we haven't had a lot of major outages, but we remember the ones that we did. The ice storm that hit New London a couple decades ago had our squad scrambling to figure out if we were missing anybody. It was only a list as good as our collective experience was, who we knew, who we thought we might have to check on, who we'd heard might need help, that kind of thing. The other was in 2017 in the fall, we had a big storm that brought down a lot of power lines and a lot of trees. There were trees and limbs over most of Plainfield. And my husband and I, both on the rescue squad, spent most of the wee hours of the next morning going to a house on a back road near us because we knew the person there was going to run out of oxygen and we were bringing an extra tank. She didn't have a phone to call and say that. We just knew it, and so we went. It was a good thing that we did. So the first question maybe would be, is this something I can just add to the list, emergency planning? And so we talked about whether it's happening in other states, because you want to think about HIPAA laws, and you don't want to violate those. But found out that Connecticut doesn't have a state statute that either enables or prohibits, so they do it. The requirement to share education or information originated from adjudicative proceeding on Eversource's emergency response plan, and where Connecticut regulators direct Eversource to provide certain customer data to towns. In Massachusetts, there's an administrative rule, and I'm past you. It's it's 3 pages, but it's how they do that, and they require the utilities to maintain an updated life support list. So if it's working in a couple other states, the HIPAA must not be a problem. That's just my conclusion. I put in emergency response planning or coordination with the municipal emergency authorities as one reason that a utility could release information to a third party. And if you look at not just not just my bill, but the statute that it's in, that paragraph of lists goes on to have a nice long section about how to protect the information. They have to have a contract with that third party, which would be the municipal person, probably the emergency management director in the town, about the nature of that they would maintain reasonable security procedures and practices appropriate to the nature of the information. And it goes on to say you're prohibited from disclosing this or using it for any commercial purpose or anything like that. It's for the intent that's listed in the definitions. So to me, that sounded reasonable. If there is a concern about privacy, there are ways around it. You don't have to list names. You don't have to list conditions. You could list addresses and not say even what the problem is. It's just we want to know that we're going to all the houses that we have to go on to check on. And keep in mind that in an emergency with no power, phones don't work. And I will leave you with that. Just was saying that I will leave you with this. Okay, the emergency management director in our town sees anything that helps to improve community safety is a positive. And all the co-sponsors of my bill are associated in some way with police, fire, or rescue, and they felt it was important enough to co-sponsor. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Dyer, or
Dry.
Dry. The way it's spelled, it just
I know,
is
4 letters, it's so
something
hard.
that throws your eye off.
I
Vice
know,
Chair,
it's yeah.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I think your question is a very valid question concerning in terms of EMT. As I read this bill, though, I don't even see the word medical in here, and I'm wondering if that doesn't open up the bill to too broad of a customer data that could be shared there, and perhaps should be narrowed to focus on what your concerns are. And my other comment would be is, I know this because my wife used to work for the utilities. Utilities are really, they're only concerned about who has these medical situations in the event that either power is lost or the fact that they can't turn off power because of non-payment of bill. But for other issues, like I'm sure EMTs might want to know if there's oxygen there in case there's a fire, would that information could be better relayed to another agency besides the utilities in order to accomplish what some of your concerns are?
Say the question again, would it be from the utilities or from somewhere
Would it not
else?
be better for certain data to be passed on to either the community or EMT responders via the fire department or some other agency besides utilities in order to capture the information that the EMTs would need? In other words, utilities may not have all that data, and the town, I guess when you buy a house or have a medical need, they can inform a town or a fire department of what they have there, so that they would have that information as well.
Well, thank you for the question. But utilities do have that information. I mean, that's the life support people that they have, the information that they have. And there are other medical things that might take place. But this is one that I felt this is an emergency situation. And that's where I thought I would start to focus. And yes, I do believe that, it could go to someone else. Fire chief is always a good person to have as possibly your municipal contact, but not necessarily so.
No questions. Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Dry, I think you should be commended for going the extra mile to save people's lives. My question is, based on the circumstances you described, do you know if anyone has died as a result of not having someone look in on them?
Not to my knowledge, but hard to, actually prove a negative in that case.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Dry, for bringing this bill to us. Back to the beginning of Representative Doug Thomas's question about whether the bill specifically lists medical emergencies, because I think it is targeted to that, but the language is a little more general than that. So I'm wondering whether that is language that needs to be articulated to the utilities. Have you talked with them about how comfortable they are with sharing the information?
You'll hear from them in a few minutes. Yeah.
Have you? But you have.
Yes.
Yeah, you have.
Yes, we have had a
So,
discussion.
the question is, do you think that the language is adequate as it is, or to the point that was made earlier, do you think it should specify more clearly that the attempt is to make sure that life support systems, or, that there's something more about the vulnerability and the emergency, as well as the emergency situation, that both those things are satisfied in order for that data to be divulged?
Thank you. That's a good question. Frankly, I wrote it small because it's a list of things, and you don't want to go into a big explanation, something that's just enumerated in a list. But if you wanted to narrow it down to medical, yes. But it's been my experience that the emergency management planners are looking for that information. That's one of the things that they are working on. So that's somebody I know is already looking for that information. In our town, they have to get it any way they can, by police doing welfare checks, fire departments that showing up at a house. We have a rescue squad call and report it to our health and welfare officer. Community lunches with the senior citizens. Family members tell us, but that's how we have to collect our information.
Of course.
And the other thing that I wasn't clear on is when you mentioned the list, which is specific, where does that reside?
With the utility.
No questions. Representative Thomas.
For being here. I think this is a good idea. I mean, I think it's a really good idea, and utilities should know when electric disruption compromises life, right? I do have some concerns, and you mentioned the HIPAA rules. And I have concerns that this bumps up against HIPAA violations, in that this information was shared with the utilities, and can they just pass it on to other people, even if it is emergency response? So that's one of my concerns. Another one is identifying the households, and you said they could just use addresses. One of my concerns is, what if there's more than one person in the household that needs assistance or something? They're on oxygen or something like that. A third concern is to what level do we go? So obviously oxygen, needs electricity or something like that, if they're in a pump or something. But what about a nebulizer? I mean, is that considered, would that fall under this? And then lastly, my concern is, there was a mention that this information could be collected by a local fire department or something like that. Then what you're doing is, you'd have the address, you'd have to find out who the energy provider or electricity provider to that address is, and then, notify that company. So to me, that's a no-go solution, because it should reside with the utilities. But I guess my question is, what do you think about that?
Thank you for the questions. I'm trying to find a point person in a community that has that information. Address doesn't really matter. we're going to go and we're going to check out the people that are there, all right? It's sending you, knowing that this is a house you have to check on, all right? They may be fine. In my opinion, it's anybody who's, if they lose power for 5 days, which we've had, are they compromised? All right, is their health, is their life compromised? And in Massachusetts, they call it life support, patients basically. So they have criteria for what does that. In our town of Plainfield, we have 3 electric companies. So we're used to dealing with lots of different places. So we've got lots of utilities always calling, saying this, we're bringing up the power at this time, we will be restored by this time, we'll be restored by that time. So it's not a problem. We've already dealt with this before. It's just finding the point person to do it. And the idea is usually the emergency management person is the one that's in charge of all of those things.
Follow up.
Again, going back to HIPAA, and I don't know if this is an exclusion to HIPAA or not, but you say in the other states that they've passed off the information, so they have. So how have they gotten around the HIPAA violations?
That's a great question. I'm going to turn in a copy of the rules that Massachusetts uses, and Connecticut, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Representative La Rochelle has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As a former mayor of the city of Rochester and a former police commissioner, I think this would be very useful information. We have an emergency operations plan that's written to try to anticipate all sorts of emergencies, floods, you name it. And it seems to me that this kind of data would be very useful in some of those emergencies. We also have a dispatch, and I would think that that might be a good point of putting this information. Do you agree that these would be applicable?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I agree. I think that the problem is in our town, we use multiple dispatchers. And so coordinating that might be a problem.
Thank you.
Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I have a concern with the privacy. If I'm correct, the utilities, that was an opt-in. The residents has notified the utilities of theirs. But by opting into the utilities that we need power for my ventilator, how are we going to address the issue? This is the question. Thank you. How will we address the issue of letting the residents know that someone else is going to initiate EMS or an officer going over there that was not family? Thank you.
That's a very good question. I think maybe that's a good question to address to Eversource person that's coming up.
Representative Thomas.
Address all of these HIPAA concerns and privacy concerns, could it be accomplished by simply having a checkbox on the utility form saying, I agree to share my information?
Yeah. It may be.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah, it sounds like,
yeah. I am trying to make this as simple as possible.
well, yeah,
yeah.
and I appreciate that, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'm all set, thank you.
Representative La Rochelle has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It strikes me that in the city of Rochester, we have welfare checks, and it might be as simple as just saying this household would require a welfare check under these circumstances. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. But that, you see, you're saying in any kind of emergency, it just requires a welfare check.
You wouldn't have to detail the medical situation or whatever, just say that this house would require a welfare check, and therefore you're not
Absolutely, we do that all the time.
right.
Thank you very much.
Next, sorry, forgot to turn on my mic. Thank you, Representative Dry. Next, we'll hear from Eversource, Griffin Roberge.
We'll get that later. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Griffin Roberge with Eversource Energy. Eversource is neutral on House Bill 1577 as introduced. We are certainly appreciative of Representative Dry's intent with this bill. We certainly share her concerns with ensuring safety for vulnerable customers, certainly prioritizing customers who have critical or life-sustaining needs during emergencies and major weather events. As Representative Dry mentioned, she did attend an event we had last fall called Let's Talk Energy, where we were talking about some of the bill assistance programs that we offer to customers. And there was, a question asked by Representative Dry about how we work with our medically coded customers. So I figured before diving into the bill, I'll kind of back up a little bit here and kind of talk about what is a medically coded customer. So in New Hampshire, Eversource allows residents to apply for medical protection status. This is a relatively high threshold to receive this designation. This protection status only applies to customers who would experience a medical emergency caused by losing power at their homes from being shut off or due to an outage event. These medically coded customers, must pay their bills. If they fall behind on their bills or, fall into an arrearage, these customers can work with our customer service team to set up a payment arrangement through our budget billing program or New Start. And in order to become a medically coded customer, they must obtain a certification from their medical provider, and the provider submits that certification either through an online portal that we host or a printable form that we have on our website that they could submit back to us. The medical provider, specifies the duration of the medical condition in which the customer would be coded and protected from shutoff. For those conditions that are perpetual or, go on in duration, our medical certifications last a year, so they'd have to renew their medical certification every year. I know that there were a lot of questions here today. Obviously, these certifications can vary. It could be somebody who, just needs a medical certification for, say, 3 months due to a surgery. It could be somebody who needs a certification in perpetuity for a long-lasting, long-enduring illness or something like that. So, again, to Representative Plogier's question, this is really an opt-in type thing. It is incumbent upon a given customer to file this certification with the utility. We're not, going around knocking on everybody's door, checking their own personal medical history. It is incumbent upon the customer to come to us. And again, just to emphasize, this certification is really meant to ensure that the customers are not cut off due to non-payment or anything like that. That is really the main focus of these certifications. So what do we do for emergency response? We've certainly talked in this committee about what we do to ensure the reliability and resiliency of our system, and we take seriously that obligation to reliably serve our customers, particularly during outages and our restoration efforts. We also, continue to seek efforts to improve our system to avoid and minimize the duration that outages when outages occur. There has been some discussion here this morning between the ice storm of 2008 and the April storm of 2024. Put into context, back in 2008, I think we had 322,000 outages, and it took 14 days to restore power. The investments that we've made in our system, compared to the April storm, we saw about, I think, over 330,000 customers out of power, and we restored everybody within 5 days. So again, these investments that we make in our system do have a benefit to our customers. So when serious weather events occur, Eversource monitors them closely. I think folks on this committee are certainly aware of the emails that Mike and I send out informing folks of our planning for our emergency response. We monitor them well, these storms, we monitor them well in advance of their arrival and throughout the duration of the event. And as these weather patterns approach, we proactively communicate with our medically coded customers before the storm arrives. And these messages are really meant to encourage them to say, hey, we expect there's a serious weather pattern coming. Begin your planning now. Like if you need to refill your prescription, you need to grocery shop, you need an oxygen tank, take advantage of those opportunities now to do so. And then obviously as a weather pattern comes along and the storm is occurring, we continue to update those customers throughout the length of the storm as to our response efforts and everything like that. There was some talk about our collaboration with municipal officials, and that is another crucial element of our response when it comes to serious weather events. Our community relations team works very closely with our municipalities to identify points of contact within each town that we serve to anticipate their community needs before storms occur. We offer regular trainings throughout the year with first responders so that they are familiar with our processes and how to respond in the event of, say, a downed line on the road, or how to interact with us to elevate a community priority. When a storm creates a significant outage event, we activate our liaison network. This goes beyond our community relations team. It identifies a specific Eversource employee that is the dedicated point of contact for a town to interact with the company. Conversely, municipalities, again in advance of a storm, designate a single point of contact, whether that is a fire chief, a police chief, a town administrator, whoever the municipality feels is the best authority to be that single point of contact to funnel up community priorities through their assigned liaison up to us to address any community needs. We also offer a platform called the Municipal Hub. This is a software platform with functionalities that allow a town to report blocked roads, emergent situations, and other community priorities for the utilities awareness. And we constantly update our hub every 15 minutes to update our outage information for our customers. Municipalities can use this hub and their communication with designated liaisons as an opportunity to inform Eversource of an issue with a medically coded customer if such a circumstance arises. So that was a long way of introducing. Let's talk about the bill. State statute prohibits utilities from sharing customer data with third parties without the express consent of the customer, with very limited exemptions, as you see in the bill. Privacy, I don't think I need to tell this committee, privacy has certainly been a state priority. And as a regulated utility, Eversource is obviously bound to protect its customers' data. This bill proposes to allow utilities to share a customer's individual data with numerous third parties for emergency response planning or coordination with municipal energy management authorities. Again, while the intent of this bill is to identify and prioritize medically coded customers for municipalities so that outages for those customers are minimized, the bill's language is, in our view, vaguely worded and could broadly and indefinitely expand customer data sharing and data exposure. So, for example, as drafted and as has been discussed, there are no specific criteria or parameters for sharing customer data. There's no guidance listed in the bill to utilities or municipalities on when that data can be shared, and it could potentially leave customers unprotected in terms of their data. There's also, again in the bill, lines 1 to 2, it says a customer's individual data. There are no limits on the type of data that can be shared with municipalities, nor which customers should have their data shared with. Because, again, the phrase emergency response planning or coordination with municipal emergency management authorities could be interpreted to include a wide swath of municipal planning that occurs every day on a regular daily basis. Equally critical, the bill imposes no standard of care for the treatment of customer data by municipal third parties. This language does not appear to have any type of security measures, protocols, or protections in place. There's no restrictions or even directives for the treatment of data once it's received by the third party, which could lay bare our customer data to, risks of customer harm that could stem from as a result. given the broadness of the language, if this should become law, there is also the risk of this information being utilized by bad actors for fraudulent purposes. Additionally, New Hampshire does have a pretty robust right to know law. This information, if shared with the municipality, could be considered a public document and could also be requested potentially through a right to know request. The other thing as well, towns, also, again, to emphasize the point, many of our smaller towns have volunteer emergency responders, and these volunteers might not necessarily be aware of their legal obligations to New Hampshire's privacy laws to protect this information. There's, again, questions as to how they're securing and protecting this data. I'm treading over previously said comments, but the other thing I would just note is, I think this bill places a lot of burden on the utility to share medical information, medically coded customer data with first responders. And I think it'd be helpful to just inform the committee that there is a process right now that customers can go through to inform first responders of a medical condition, and that's 911 Cares, and that is all done through the Department of Safety today. It allows individuals to associate a phone number for somebody who has a serious medical condition, and if that person does call 911 for a serious medical issue, then the dispatcher on the other end of the line knows in advance what the medical issues are, and they can inform any first responders who arrive at that address what they're expected to see. So maybe somebody suffering from Alzheimer's, a respiratory condition, something like that. Those first responders would know about that ahead of time. So I guess in summary, our current processes in place, we feel do assist medically coded customers while preserving customer privacy, eliminating the consent requirement for customer data sharing, in a broad manner, certainly while rooted in well-intended efforts, could subject our customers to a level of risks that may outweigh the benefits of this bill. Again, certainly understanding the intent of the prime sponsor in introducing this bill, but based on the language we see here today, we just see some unintended consequences. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that folks may have.
Thank you for introducing this legislation. Vice Chair Thomas has a question. Or,
Thank you.
or testifying on this legislation, sorry.
Mr. Chair, thanks for taking my question. You mentioned that information is already given to local communities from your community relations people. Could you share how that information is given out? And my concern also is if it's given out, obviously a lot of first responders aren't getting the information. So I'm
Sure.
curious.
No, thank you for the question. So I want to clarify if there was any impression that we give out customers' medical information or individual data today, our community relations team does not do that. Our community relations team works very closely, blue sky events, gray sky events, with our municipalities to establish points of contact and educate them on how best to go about responding to a storm event and collaborating with the utility. Again, during storm events, we have dedicated points of contact at the municipal level so that information from the municipal level can trickle up to utility to address any type of community priorities. It could stem to, there's a car in the road and there's down wires around the car. We can work to de-energize our wires and prioritize that. If it's a medically coded customer, they can certainly elevate that to us, and we can, work with the municipality to restore power to that customer as we are able. That is, I guess, what I hope that kind of answers your question. Today, we are not offering, medically coded customer information with municipalities because the law prohibits us from doing so. I hope that answers the question.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Roberge, for taking my question. I'm wondering, how do people know to opt in? And you mentioned the 911 Cares program. I mean, I'm of an age where, at some point I might need to consider it, and this is the first I've ever heard of it.
Sure.
So how do people know about this?
Sure. It's a good question. I respectfully don't want to step into Department of Safety's lane in terms of their outreach efforts because it is a state-sponsored program. So I think I might direct that question more toward them respectfully. But, we do certainly, educate our customers about the opportunities they have to avail themselves of that program. I think there was a second part to that question. I might be missing it. I apologize.
So by what means do you actually educate people? Is this in the bill? Is this emails?
Sure. So,
How do
so for
they-
example, it's much like the event that Representative Dry attended in the fall of last year. So after in the fall, we went around the state and hosted various community events, educating folks about our bill assistance programs, how they can avail themselves of being medically protected. Every day we do that with our customer service team. Folks may call in, we educate them and everything like that. We might also have customers who, might have had a surgery, not working, not able to pay their bill. They call us ahead of time to let us know, and we inform them of this opportunity. It's also available on our website if customers are looking for ways to pay their bill or anything like that. So a variety of ways to educate customers about being medically protected through our system at the utility, as well as maybe through 911 cares, but I think I'd respectfully defer that part of the question to the Department of Safety.
To be clear, it's not included in the bill, because I mean, that's the communication you have with the customer every month.
Yep, so regarding 911 cares, that might be in another section of statute. Again, it's listed on the Department of Safety's website. I'm happy to follow back up with the committee on that front. But again, in terms of outreach efforts, I wouldn't want to speak for safety. I think that might be a question better directed toward them. Thank you for the question.
Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Roberge, for being with us again.
Thank you.
My question is around, it sounds to me like you came very well prepared and you have a lot of information about how Eversource addresses the situation with vulnerable customers today, and that you have a list, but the concern is around the privacy of being able to divulge that list based on the language that's in the bill, which doesn't seem really adequate to describe the situation that the sponsor's intent would be consistent with. So my question is twofold. One is whether or not Eversource would be willing to work with the sponsor to try and craft language that made sense. And the second part is to ask you to comment on what Representative La Rochelle brought up before about how Rochester has the concept of a welfare check, right? So you wouldn't have to divulge any particular information, but you would be able to work with local emergency management so that when they have a time-sensitive situation, which is that they have a limited number of emergency medical people who want to get out and check those vulnerable people, they actually have that information. I mean, do you think there's a way we can get to yes?
So two parts of the question. So one, yes, willing to chat with Representative Dry a little bit more to maybe see if maybe there's a pathway forward here. But again, New Hampshire, we obviously just follow the laws that we are bound to follow. And as I think folks on this committee know, New Hampshire certainly does place a premium in its public policies on protecting customer data. So we obviously adhere very closely to that. Is there a way of maybe sharing this information with first responders? Potentially, I think we certainly, as I described in my testimony, I think we'd like to see a lot more safeguards and guardrails in place before something like that would occur. Thank you.
Representative Thomas?
Thank you for your testimony. You've raised some pretty good objections to this. However, I think that ultimately this is something that should be looked at, and it doesn't sound like a bad idea to me. With the protection so I have two questions actually. One is, do you have a sliding scale for the medically coded ratepayers? Or is it a yes or a no?
Forgive me, I mean, what do you mean a sliding scale for?
Well,
forgive me,
are
I'm
some
sorry.
conditions considered more serious than others, and so they have priority over others, or is it just yes or no? for
Sure.
them?
So in terms of signing a medical certification, really the main focus of that is to prevent shut-off during, if due to non-payment. That is really the sole purpose of a medical certification. It doesn't create any type of priority status for restoration of power or anything like that, I guess I would say. obviously, we have a way of restoring our customers in a very efficient and effective manner. But as I described, we do feel that there are ways today that first responders might be able to elevate these community priorities to us. I think that was one question. I think you said you had a second one.
I have another
apologize.
one. Yes, follow up.
Let's follow up.
So, we keep sort of stumbling over this privacy issue and that kind of stuff. But we're talking about saving lives.
Correct. Yep.
So would it be possible for Eversource to have a little checkbox that says, I agree to share this information under emergency conditions with emergency provider?
Sure. I mean, it's potentially possible. Like I said, there's certainly ways that this language could be better drafted, or more guardrails on the language. But again, I would also note, if there is somebody who is having an immediate medical condition, right? Like, no disrespect, nobody's going to call Eversource right away. Like, your immediate call is going to be the 911. And that's why I think, the 911 cares is going to be an important step for maybe customers like this to avail themselves of, to when they call, help me, 911 dispatch, those dispatchers are aware of, say, a medical issue ahead of time. But if there is somebody who wants to, opt into this type of approach, that's certainly possible. But, I would just raise, it's possible that not all customers will avail themselves of this thing. So you might have, maybe just a handful of folks in the town who indicate their willingness to take part in this program, but maybe the fair majority don't. So, but to your point, it could certainly be an opt-in system if customers want to avail themselves.
And I have another follow-up.
Follow up.
So you're assuming that under an energy blackout, shutout, that the phones work?
Well, again, we have the municipal hub, which, does act as a strong connection between, again, emergency first responders at the local level and our liaisons and community relations team on our side. So it does allow a seamless, connection of communication for municipalities to raise community priorities through that mechanism. Obviously, if there is a phone shut off or that type of thing, and a customer isn't willing to reach us, I think I heard Representative Dry, there are neighbors, other first responders who are certainly aware of those individuals in their communities who could, to Representative La Rochelle's point, conduct a wellness check or something like that.
Well, thank you for your question, and I hope you figure out a way to go forward, because I think this is important.
Thank you, Representative.
Senator Bernardi has a question.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm going to push further on the phone availability. I understand that the utilities have their response capabilities, without power being available. But if you have a long-term storm, your electricity's off, you're not charging your cell phone, it's dead after a day. So day 3 or 4, there's no communication. If the landlines are down, there's no communication. And so, as I understand Representative Dry's bill, the best opportunity here is if these people are on a list so that there can be a wellness check or some other sort of intervention, because absent that, there's no communication to get to them.
Yep.
So given that, can you work with Representative Dry to address this privacy connection to make sure that we can advance this bill or something akin to it?
Certainly willing to engage in those discussions. I think just 2 points on that question is, one, we do continue for every storm we have to notify our customers, especially our medically code customers, well in advance to prepare for storms before they occur. And then again, leaning into it, a little bit more, there is 911 cares there as well. So any customers who have availed themselves of that, dispatchers and emergency medical personnel can look into that and find who has signed up for 911 cares, and they can maybe conduct wellness checks on that as well. But to your point, happy to engage in the discussions.
I just looked up 911 Cares, and there is a Department of Safety web page that describes the system, and it even describes a 1996 encounter with a woman who had a sleep disorder, who had apparently stopped breathing, and she had a a companion dog who had been trained that when the breathing machine she was on alarmed, the dog went over and knocked the telephone off its cradle and scraped its paws across the dialing pad, which automatically called 911 because the phone had been programmed, no matter what was dialed, to call 911. And first responders were able to save this woman's life. So that's a pretty remarkable story. And that was in 1996. So this program has been around for a long time. So it's pretty amazing. Representative Reynolds.
Mr. Chairman, for sharing that, and thank you for being here. So that's a great example of the benefit of planning. Obviously, some stuff had been done in advance to make that happen. And what this bill seeks to do is to correct a perceived or, actually experienced gap where one party has information, other parties may not have the information. And while there are things like, obviously, the 911 line all the time, the bill is seeking to correct a gap in advance. And so I would like to echo Representative Wendy Thomas's request that you not have a chat, but work in earnest with the bill sponsor to find acceptable, to craft some language that would address your concerns about, releasing this customer data and potentially, bad consequences regarding privacy. But, if I learned post-storm that my grandmother that lives in the North Country, her power went out for 3 days and she died because somebody didn't know the information that the utility had but wasn't able to share with the first responder, like, I don't have a grandmother in the North Country. I'm just being hypothetical, but you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, we don't want that to happen.
Yep, nope,
So
understand.
we want to do everything we can in advance to address the concern. Thanks.
All right, Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you. Not to belabor it, even though I will. And I'd like to thank the sponsor for her work in the field of first responding. 37 years of active first responder, mostly EMT. I have not had an incident that we were not notified. When power's out, they have this, instead of having an air tank, they have a diffuser that removes the oxygen from the air, and concentrator, that's it. When the power goes out, and it was either CLP or Eversource after, I'm not sure where it was, has a system that they can't get out there in time. They notify dispatch, we get a call, standby, they tell us on the phone what is needed. So it doesn't even go over the air. I have not, I don't see, do you think there is a need for this bill to fill a gap that I don't recognize?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think, as I described, I think we have current mechanisms in place today that allow municipalities, emergency responders to elevate the community priorities to us, regarding, say, medically coded customers. There exists a process through the Department of Safety with 911 Cares that allows individuals to currently opt into a system to notify first responders of an existing medical condition at their residence today. We certainly appreciate the intent of this bill. We do think that there are current processes that we have with our municipalities today that balance the interests of serving our medically coded customers while protecting customer privacy. But if it is the will of the committee that, further clarification is needed, we're happy to work with Representative Dry.
A clarification, please, Chair. Just for the record, I was referring to when I was residents in Connecticut or covering in Connecticut while I was a resident in New Hampshire. It was a Connecticut.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions for Mr. Roberge, we want to thank you for your enlightening testimony. And since I have no more pink cards on this bill, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1577. And we will move next to House Bill 1666 FN. I'll open a public hearing on a bill that requires capacity planning in the state 10-year energy strategy and call on Representative McGee to introduce the bill to us. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Fancy meeting you here. Thank you, Chairman Vose and colleagues on the committee. My name is Representative Kat McGee, and I represent Hillsborough 35, which is Hollis, and I'm here this morning to present to you HB 1666 FN. This bill requires a simple modification to the State Energy Strategy Statute to add a requirement that each update, which is once every 3 years, include a section that actually gives us clear information on the increased potential demand for electricity by sector. The sector would be like the housing sector, transportation, technology, business, or they call it C&I, commercial and industrial. So basically, the growth in electricity is anticipated, and there is information on it for various sectors. The other thing I'd like to draw your attention to is that I noticed that on line 3 of the bill starts section small case I, establish and maintain a report section on New Hampshire's electric capacity planning defined by state regional growth for electrification of new sectors of the economy, such as housing, transportation, technology, and data centers. I note that on line 4, OLS used the term defined by state regional growth. And I think it confused some people, thinking that I was asking the Department of Energy to look at regional electricity growth. But what I intended to say, and maybe someone can help me with an amendment with clearer language, is to say that there are different regions in our state, and they are growing for different reasons at different rates. So the seacoast is not going to be the same as the North Country. And what I would like to see is I would like to see some capacity planning to bring us back to a point where we actually know what we need, where we need it, and we can be a little more strategic ourselves with the information that is in the report in terms of the moves that we make. So back to my testimony. The intent of the bill is to give us better information from which to form strategic plans to address future electric needs. Rather than picking winners and losers, the 10-year energy strategy report should provide us with information that tells us where we are at and gives us some data to support plans that are focused on actual problems in need of solving. The December 2025 update to the 10-year energy strategy report had little to no strategy in terms of actionable planning to either lower demand, diversify fuel sources, lower costs, or assist individuals and municipalities with furthering any of their goals on energy. So those specific things that the state could be taking action on were not things that were really, they were defined, but there was no strategy in terms of how to improve them. So there is funding coming into the state that could help us manage our energy policy on any of the items that come up in terms of capacity planning. And they could create far more benefit than what we're doing today. HB 1666 asks the DOE to undertake capacity planning, meaning determine the rate of growth of electric needs that can reasonably be anticipated, identify that growth by sector and potentially region of the state, and define potential objectives around how the state might be able to work towards meeting those needs. This kind of analysis is not uncommon in energy departments across the nation because everyone is experiencing the same thing. We have electric grids where capacity planning is happening at the regional level. So ISO New England has capacity planning happening, but the individual states also have to look at what's growing here, what are we going to need to meet that growth in by X amount of, 5 years out, 10 years out. So a 10-year strategy report is the right place to be putting information around growth objectives. And so that's where we should expect to find that information. And I'm hoping that we're in agreement, even if this might need some modification around what state regional growth means, because I think that is a little confusing. And I didn't realize that OLS wrote it that way. I guess maybe they didn't get my meaning, but I do think we have very different regions in terms of our electric needs, and also if a data center goes in a remote place in New Hampshire, that's going to very significantly change the electric growth for that area. So that's what I mean by regional, because it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. That's it.
Okay. I have a question for you. Do you think this bill might need to more carefully define capacity planning? Because there's two parts to capacity, right? One is the electricity itself, but the other part is how do you deliver it to the people who need it?
Yep.
So I'm wondering, by just saying capacity planning, will the department know exactly what you're talking about in terms of whether you're talking about generation or delivery of and building out the infrastructure for delivery?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I would imagine I'm going to get a little bit of head scratching from what I've seen so far. However, capacity planning has a standardized meaning, which would include those pieces, right? It would include capacity in terms of how much is our electric capacity growth anticipated to happen, and then also how do we serve that capacity. So there are multiple angles to it. I don't think that the Department of Energy would have to solve necessarily what we would be doing for generation. I think they could offer suggestions for how we might meet it, because they should be taking the big picture look at our energy needs. They should be providing us with information that helps us do our work. And I think that means they would have to say, these are the different ways you could solve it, and then we would be able to choose which way we think we need to go. But right now, I feel like we're making decisions without any cover from the fact that we have information about what is needed where, and how much.
So my follow-up would be, I think I heard you say that capacity planning is well understood or well defined somewhere. Could we point to a definition of capacity planning somewhere, either in state statute or maybe even federal statute?
I'm assuming we would see it at ISO New England, who is doing capacity planning at a regional level. They have sections of their site, which most of us have on our phone, but you can go into their reporting sections, and I'm sure capacity planning lives there. So if it's language, I don't want to get stuck up on language. I mean, I can say it however you want to say it, but what I'm trying to get to is that as it stands today, our strategic energy report, which is updated every 3 years in order to tell us where we are, how we're doing, what we need, it doesn't have all that information in terms of electricity growth or demand. And so I think it should have that. And you'll note the bill is bipartisan, and I have several senators on it as well. I'm hoping that we can just, get to language here today or outside of here or in a work session to just have it state the meaning that I'm trying to get to, because there isn't any other place where that should be. And if we're going to undertake doing an update to that report every 3 years, it should be useful to us in terms of giving us some idea of what we can see over the horizon. It should do some of that analysis and give us information about where we need to be focusing our energy in terms of future planning.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This might be a better question for the Department of Energy, but I'll ask anyway. I happen to know that at least to some degree, the utilities do planning for potential capacity. Is that information not conveyed into the 10-year energy plan, or could it not be, or could they be used as part of their consultants to plan this, future for what you want to do?
I think that's a good question. Obviously, all the utilities have to do planning for adequate energy. I think what this does is formalizes in that report that there be a section on that where there is collaboration in order to answer the questions of how are we doing regionally, what do we need regionally, where are we growing the most, because that will affect where our efforts need to go. If we have growth areas and then we have areas that are not growing, then it gives us more information about potential needs, which could include transmission, it could include infrastructure. And if the utilities are doing that planning and the Department of Energy is not leveraging that information into the report so it's digestible, so that we understand it, then I think it's a missed opportunity.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this bill. Do we know if other states in the region are doing this sort of capacity planning in their strategy, in their goals, and does that make our state seem to be lagging behind our regional neighbors?
I don't think I want to comment on that. I haven't read other states' reports. I know that it's not uncommon to be reviewing that information for states, but I don't know the nature of other states' reporting or strategy. It's just that without an understanding of what kind of growth is occurring in your state, you are kind of flying blind, right? You're anticipating things, but you're not really sure quantifiably how much growth is there and which sectors are growing. We can get that information. It's knowable. So that's where it's coming from. It's not so much based on another state as understanding that these sectors exist for a reason because they are distinct from one another, right? If we're building a lot of housing, we're going to be increasing our energy needs. If we're putting in data centers, same thing. I want us to have a report that actually gives us information that we can use to understand what is important right now in the state rather than just guessing.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you for introducing this bill, Representative. In the fiscal note, the Department of Energy says that this bill does not specify whether this refers to generation, distribution, or transmission needs. However, you said that capacity planning is well defined within ISO New England. It seems that the Department of Energy is confused about the definition of capacity planning. So would it help to include a definition of capacity planning within New Hampshire that identifies it as generation, distribution, and transmission?
Thank you for the question. That's a really good point. I did notice the fiscal note. Capacity planning just means we have to know how much we need, right? The capacity is just how much. So whether it's coming through the transmission lines or in local distribution, meaning that we're satisfying some of that with local sustainable energy that's being produced where it's needed, or whether we are looking ahead at individual sectors of the economy that we can anticipate will be growing, having the information about how much, how fast it's growing. It may be complicated to get to those things, but there are other people that are providing that. There are people who create reports that have this kind of information, and I would like our report to have this kind of information.
Representative LaRochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This capacity planning is like looking in the mirror, and I'm coming at it from an economic development point of view. For example, if we build it, they will come. So Rochester's always trying to attract industry. And so might not this planning incorporate economic development where we'd like to see industry come and put in the infrastructure to support that?
Thank you for the question. That could definitely be part of it. And that's the whole thing. If information, they say it's power, but it certainly can inform decision making. And if you don't have access to the information around how much growth is needed in the state, then you won't be inspiring either businesses or generators to be coming here, right? So when you create reporting that shows what the potential is or what the needs are, oftentimes it becomes the impetus, right, for someone to respond to that need because they realize it's there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions? Oh, Representative Schneller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for introducing this legislation. I think some of the questions have been fleshed out. You've sort of got technology and data centers carved out. I look at those two things as one and the same. You talk about new sectors of the economy, such as housing, transportation. I thought they were already sectors of the economy. But my question to you would be, would it not be more effective to either incorporate or change? And I know we're not in the business of fixing bills, but just in terms of, well, maybe in a working group, but crossing out the number 10-year and increasing that to 25-year, because 10 years as a strategic document and a foundation, I don't see that as a platform. I see that sort of as 3 years is more of a report card, 10 years is more of an extension of that 3-year report card. 25 years is a strategy when it comes to something with such incredibly expensive fixed assets. So had you considered that, is my question.
For the question, I want to speak to what you said initially about housing and or transportation not being new. Electrification of those sectors is new. That's why it's an electric capacity. If people are transitioning to ground source heat or air heat pumps, right, then they're electrifying the housing that's being built. It's not all housing, but there are people that are doing that. So it is increasing our electric in that sector. Same thing is true for people who are buying electric cars. So that is to that point. That's why it's there. Because they're new electric sectors that we should be tracking. We should just be figuring out if it's going to increase the capacity that we need for energy. As far as the timing on the 10-year energy strategy report, I think you're right about the vista of 25 being maybe more strategic in terms of how far out you want to look. But I wasn't around when they decided to make a 10-year energy strategy report, and the idea was it should be updated every 3 years just to ensure that we could take a stake in the ground and say, are we achieving our goals? The report itself now doesn't have any actionable goals, so it's different than it was when it was first initiated. The idea was to say, in a 10-year trajectory, we want to be doing this, and we want to be able to look at what trajectory we're on every 10 years. So we want to look from 2025 out to 2035 and then 2045. So I don't know whether elongating the date would make any difference. I think we still need to check in every 3 years and see, are we achieving anything? Do we have goals? Are we getting anywhere? And then that report should really be giving us the information that we need to decide what our actions are in the next 3 years in order to try and achieve whatever it is we think the state is going to need around additional electricity. Thank you.
Okay, now seeing no further questions, we'll call next on Meg Stone from the Department of Energy. And thank you again, Ms. Stone, for being here.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Meg Stone, Legislative Liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. So the department's neutral on this bill. And I know some points here were covered by the sponsor, but I will just kind of reiterate a few of those regarding Section 1 in particular. The department does seek additional clarification with the language. As written, we do see it as unclear whether capacity planning refers to generation, distribution, or transmission. So currently, the department relies on staff to draft the 10-year state energy strategy. It's likely from what was described, the department may require outside expertise in the form of a consultant to cover some of these things. and to which the cost is currently indeterminable without that further clarification. This would not be a valid use of the utility assessment, and the department does not currently have a funding source identified for a consultant that would cover this. Regarding Section 2, this exact language is already included in the statute in RSA 12P7A Roman 2. If it's the sponsor's intent to can make that its own subsection, we would just suggest striking out the language in the current statute and then making it that subparagraph. Additionally, I'll just mention quickly, in RSA 37838 is utility integrated distribution planning. This is a comprehensive forecast of 10-year electric demand for a utility service area, including electric and gas. And it would include assessment of distribution infrastructure to meet capacity as well as demand-side energy management programs, including energy efficiency programs. And I believe the first one of those would be due this fall, I think. I did not write down the full schedule this morning before I came in. But then additionally, when it comes to transmission, ISO New England does long-term planning, and they maintain the grid for reliability, and that they also include demand forecasting, which we do include in the state energy strategy. So yes, I would just mention to conclude that if you would like us to summarize a lot of those things in the state energy strategy, we're happy to do that. We're happy to meet the needs of the legislature when it comes to adding things to the state energy strategy, just provided we have the resources to do so. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So could I refer you to the language on lines 5 and 6 that says, this section may require consulting with subject matter experts in capacity planning. Do you interpret that language to mean that you would have to hire a third party to complete this evaluation or this planning activity?
Yes, thank you for the question. It does say may, but I don't believe the department currently has the needed expertise to do this, so we would have to most likely.
My follow-up would
Yep.
be, did I hear you say that utility assessments could not cover that cost?
Yes, thank you for the question. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? Representative Thomas.
Thank you for being here. I'm going back to this capacity planning and in the fiscal note where the Department of Energy says that it's not clear as to the definition. So can you tell me what is the current definition that you are using for capacity planning within the Department of Energy?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can get that for you and send it to the committee.
Thank you.
No questions. Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And since I have no additional pink cards for this bill hearing, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1666 FN. And since we'll be starting an executive session at 11 o'clock, I would like to call a Republican caucus in this room immediately and ask everyone to exit. Everyone who is not a member of our caucus, thank you.
And please help yourself to the muffins if you would like one.
Okay, it being 11:04, I'm going to open an executive session on some bills that we have already heard. And we are going to start with House Bill 1567 relative to the valuation of telecommunications use of public rights of way. And I will move ITL on House Bill 1567 and recognize Representative McGee.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for House Bill 1567. The reason I move ITL is in my 12 years here in the legislature, I've been involved in 3 assessment battles over utility-related property. And they have all been protracted battles that lasted for multiple years. The only way to solve these kinds of disagreements is to get everybody together by forming a commission and then having multiple meetings to hash out the best way to resolve one of these assessment crises, if they're judged to be a crisis. And this bill doesn't do that. It doesn't form a commission to get together with get all the stakeholders together to figure out how to do this. Therefore, I think this bill, while well-intentioned maybe, is not the right solution and should not move forward. Further discussion? Representative Partial.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bowes, for clearing that up, and I agree with you 100%. At the same time, this does seem to be a problem with the North Country, I'm gathering, because all the sponsors seem to be from the North Country. Most other small towns have already worked out the situation and come to agreements with the utilities on this matter. So, I mean, if they can do it, I would hope the North Country would find a way forward, as you suggest.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the question of ITL on House Bill 1567.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Saborn Dishanier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bowes.
Yes.
17-0.
Okay, by a vote of 17-0, the committee adopts the motion of ITL for House Bill 1567. I will write the calendar report and it will go on the consent calendar without objection.
Without objection.
Okay, we'll close the exec session on House Bill 1567 and now open an exec session on House Bill 1718 FN. And the chair recognizes Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass with Amendment 2026-0582H.
Chair will second the motion of Representative Corman and recognizes Representative Corman to discuss this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The main thrust of the amendment is to recognize that some batteries are charged not strictly under the control of the customer generator. And the 2 examples that we heard are the Liberty Utilities pilot program, where people have Tesla Powerwall batteries, but Liberty may charge the batteries in advance of an event. And also people such as myself, where I have Enphase batteries, and Enphase has what's called a storm guard mode, where Enphase, in response to alerts from, I believe NOAA or some federal agency, will say, okay, we're going to allow you to charge the battery from the grid. So since the customer generator can't necessarily control where the electrons are coming from all the time, we've added this language that says that it's okay if the customer doesn't have full control of the battery. The other change to the bill is making it clear that we're talking about batteries that are capable of putting power back on the grid. So just to make it, clear that we're not talking about, my power tool batteries or anything like that.
And then on page 2,
Mr. Chairman, I can explain it since that was my.
Representative McGee.
Thank you. So I had a bill, which we will probably be dispatching later today, HB 1290, that covered some of the same territory as 1718, and also had a section at the end, which appears on page 2 here, that needed modification. It was attempting to strike Section B, which we heard from the Department of Energy, needs to stay right where it is, and it modifies item A on line 4, that modifies section Roman numeral 2. Nothing in this section alters or supersedes either the principle of net energy metering under RSA 362A9, except to clarify that the commission has the authority to allow storage as part of net metering. So we added that language because it's not currently listed under here. It's not explicitly called out. And now that we have storage in the statutory language, we wanted to make sure that it was explicit here as well.
Okay, any questions about the amendment? I believe Representative Corman referenced a federal agency that declares emergency storm alerts. I believe that's the National Weather Service. Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For my edification, so I have one of these systems, I think that similar to Representative Corman's, because I was notified last week that my battery was going to be charged up due to the impending storm, which was a really good thing. And but I'm just curious, how is this informed? Because if the battery is producing in-phase electricity for my house, and if there's a surplus capacity, I mean, is it built into this design? And number one, and number two is how is this enforced as far as keeping battery-sourced electricity off the grid?
Representative Corman?
Well, the way it's done currently is that either the utility is in control of it, as in Liberty's situation, or just the way that the system is configured on site allows for it to be charged from the grid under control of the company that makes the batteries. So Enphase, really monitors what's going on. They also monitor my output, and right now, for example, my batteries aren't doing anything. And in fact, the microinverters in the batteries, the microinverters in my panels aren't doing anything because they're covered with snow. And Enphase every now and then tells me this. So they're really taking care of my panels and my batteries. So that's how it's done currently, either under control of the utility or under control of the company that actually makes the system.
So follow-up then, this
Follow-up.
is by design, and it's up to the designer installer to provide compliance.
And I believe there's a setting that you can manipulate on your phone, on the app that controls the battery, to turn that off if you want.
Yes, if I really wanted to, I could turn off storm guard mode. That would be like deciding to go fast on the highway without seatbelts, though. It's just, it's not advisable. I could do it, but it's not advisable. And especially if you're relying on the batteries for backup in a storm. I mean, when I got my batteries, I donated my generator.
Further discussion, Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little bit confused because when you're allowing the utilities to charge up your battery during the word I'm hearing here is storm-related event, but the word I heard elsewhere was a national weather declared alert. The amendment doesn't speak to one or the other. So am I right that the utility could on its own, without a declaration by the National Weather Service, declare an emergency and thus charge your battery up? Or must they wait for the National Weather Service to declare a weather alert?
I don't know what the practice of the utilities would be, and I could maybe envision some sort of emergency that's anticipated that might not be weather-related. I don't know what it would be, but I could maybe imagine such a thing. I know in the case of Enphase, it's based only on weather.
Well,
You need a follow-up?
yes, I understand that. My question was whether the utility would just call, or a local weather service here would call an alert versus the National Weather Service. That's what my question was.
As far as I know, that doesn't happen.
We had testimony during the public hearing that stated that when the National Weather Service issues an emergency alert from Gray, Maine, from their office in Gray, Maine, which covers all of New England, that's when these battery charging events can occur.
Okay, that answers my question.
Any further discussion? Representative Swanson?
Just an observation, Mr. Chair. I do have the Storm Guard capability, and it will not charge the battery unless I do have the charging enabled. I can further understand that it wouldn't be prudent for the electric company to be charging my battery with grid electricity because there is some loss associated. So unless there's a need to, there's no point in doing that.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of Amendment 0582H.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson. Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschenier. Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bowes.
Yes.
17-0.
By a vote of 17-0, the committee adopts Amendment 0582H. Now we move to the question of the motion of ought to pass as amended, which I also seconded. And I'm looking for additional discussion if needed. It appears we need no additional discussion, so I'll ask the clerk if he's ready to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1718 FN.
Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative, not in order. That happened. Representative Bernardi. Yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Saborn Deschenier.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bowes.
Yes.
And This is missing Representative Ploget. It's not on the form. That was my problem. Representative Ploget,
Yes.
17-0.
Okay, by a vote of 17-0, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass as amended by Amendment 0582H. And Representative Corman will write the calendar report. This bill cannot go on the consent calendar because it's an FN bill. But nevertheless, Representative Corman, I'll need your committee report by 5 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you. And with that, we'll close the public hearing, the executive session rather, on House Bill 1718. Now, we have time before lunch, so I'm going to suggest that we exec two more bills. The first one is House Bill 1535, which we heard this morning, the infamous comma bill. And the second one is House Bill 1290, which is a bill that was just incorporated into the amendment we adopted on House Bill 1718. So, is there any objection to doing those two exec sessions?
No objection.
Before I open an exec session on House Bill 1535 and recognize Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Schneller.
Mr. Chairman, second.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1535. Discussion. Representative Corman.
Mr. Chairman, as we heard during the hearing, this bill clarifies language so that we know for sure that those three forms of renewable energy are eligible for both electric and thermal RECs under the appropriate conditions, and this will help my micropolitan city of Lebanon.
Further discussion. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the question of the adoption of the motion of ought to pass for House Bill 1535.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Thomas, Representative Corman,
Yes.
Representative Reynolds,
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
17-0.
By a vote of 17-0, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass for House Bill 1535. And I ask Representative Corman to write the calendar report, which I need by 5 o'clock, and we'll put this on the consent calendar.
No objection.
Okay. Done. That exec session is complete. Now we'll open an exec session on HB 1290, and I recognize Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HB 1290 was an additional storage bill that I presented to the committee earlier. It had language in it that was duplicative of what is in 1718 and just had a small section at the end that required modification, and that amendment was incorporated into the one that we just passed. So we don't need 1290.
So will you make a motion?
I would make a motion for ITL on HB 1290.
I second that motion. So it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for House Bill 1290. Is there any further discussion needed? Seeing none, if he's ready, when the clerk is ready,
You seconded?
I did. When the clerk is ready, I will ask him to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 1290.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
I have to write you in just a second. Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
17-0.
By a vote of 17 to nothing, the committee adopts the motion of ITL for House Bill 1290. Representative McGee will write the calendar report, which will go on the consent calendar without objection.
Without objection.
I need that report by 5 p.m., please. Okay? So with that, we'll close the exec session on House Bill 1290. And unless there is a further suggestion, we could go to an early lunch. There is one other bill that I know that is likely to be a unanimous vote for the committee, and that's House Bill 1455. Does the committee have an appetite for executing that bill?
An
I do.
appetite or no objection?
I open an exec session on House Bill 1455 and recognize Representative Nodder for a motion. 1455.
1455.
Mr. Chairman, I've got to get my thoughts together here.
It's not listed. We're doing this ad hoc.
Please remind me which one. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move ITL.
I second the motion of ITL. So Representative Nodder, do you want to refresh our memory about why we want to do that, or would you prefer that I do that?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask you to refresh my memory on this bill. I'm getting there.
So HB 1455 was a bill that we heard, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, I guess, that tries to declare or to redefine green energy and also tries to elevate hydrocarbon energy to be foremost and first and foremost amongst our sources of energy. And this is kind of in direct contradiction to the bill that we passed, I believe it was last year, House Bill 504, that stated in state energy statute, energy policy, how we would prefer to see our energy happen. So as a result of that contradiction, I think this bill is not necessary, and I favor the motion of ITL. Representative Nodder.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have all the numbers memorized, but as soon as I flip to the page, of course, it all comes back to me. And I agree with everything you said. But I do think it's important to remember that we do have a situation where we need more reliable energy, and it's something we shouldn't just dismiss.
Further discussion? Representative Thomas.
So this bill does more than just provide a contradiction. Everyone that testified, except for the woman from the Heartland Institute, testified that it would raise ratepayer rates. And I think that that is a very important part of this, and I will be voting ITL.
Valid concern. Representative Nodder.
I didn't have my thoughts together when you called on me, but I was going to point that out, that that the people who came to testify, the utilities and all that, said that it would raise rates. So obviously we cannot support the bill.
Further discussion? Seeing none, if he's ready, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 1455.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi. Yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Saborin Dishinier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
17-0.
By a vote of 17-0, the committee adopts the motion of ITL on House Bill 1455. Representative Nodder will write the calendar report. I need that by 5 o'clock, please. And it will go on consent without objection.
Without objection.
Okay. So we're done. That executive session is finished. Now, we are going to have another executive session at 3 o'clock this afternoon, at which time we will pass judgment on House Bill 1741 relative to the enrollment and use of distributed energy resource aggregations by electric utilities. House Bill 1777 FN relative to the Enhanced 911 System Fund. House Bill 1775 FN relative to utility ownership of natural gas and nuclear power generation facilities, and HB 1748 FN establishing the New Hampshire Energy Efficiency and Resource Development Authority. When we conclude that executive session this afternoon, we will have passed judgment on all the early bills. And as you all know, the House calendar requires early bills to be finished by February 12th. So getting this done today will put us firmly in compliance with the House deadline, and I thank you, everybody, for your hard work on these early bills. We will have 2 public hearings before we get to the exec session at 3 o'clock. One is on House Bill 1685 relative to establishing a technology commission to study making New Hampshire a technology first state. The other is HB 1722 relative to consumer protections and energy classifications for large use electric facilities. So until 1 o'clock, we will be on break for lunch. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we're going to resume our schedule for Monday, February 9th. We have two public hearings scheduled, one at 1 o'clock and one at 2 o'clock. Unfortunately, the prime sponsor, and in fact, the only sponsor of the 1 o'clock bill is not here yet. So we're going to just wait for a few minutes to see if he will arrive. So please be patient. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, and let me open a public hearing now on House Bill 1685, relative to establishing a technology commission to study making New Hampshire a technology-first state. And I will introduce the bill's sponsor, Representative Howard of Stratford 4, to introduce the legislation to us. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I appreciate that. For the record, my name is State Representative Heath Howard. I represent the communities of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. And I come here today to introduce HB 1685, a bill relative to establishing a technology commission to make New Hampshire a technology-first state. Dr. Shay Tanis of the State of the States in Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities at the University of Kansas defines technology first as a framework for systematic change where technology is considered first in the discussion of support options for available to individuals and families. This approach uses person-centered methods to promote meaningful participation, social inclusion, and self-determination, and overall improvement of quality of life. Currently, research from the State of the States project shows that New Hampshire is just one of 10 states to have 0 reported technology-first benchmarks. But by passing this legislation, we can change that during this session. We have successful models to look forward to as states like Ohio and Tennessee have already become leaders in these initiatives. Ohio began its efforts in 2018 when Governor John Kasich signed an executive order to create a technology-first task force, while Tennessee embedded an enabling technology initiative within its Department of Disability and Aging. Minnesota also followed suit by creating a task force via legislation in 2019 by establishing their own commission under the Department of Information Technology. New Hampshire can begin the essential work of discovery and implementation on this important piece of work. This group will be tasked with identifying future cross-agency collaborations, potential waivers for remote supports, and ways to require the consideration of assistive technology in individualized service plans for people with disabilities. HB 1685 ensures a diverse and representative commission by including 3 users of assistive technologies, 2 parents of users, and representatives from various state departments and advocacy groups such as ABLE New Hampshire and the Disability Rights Center. This commission will analyze emerging technologies, identify how to better serve individuals with assistive technology needs, and I am currently we are actually seeing the same type of bill in Arizona currently, where it received unanimous bipartisan support in the committee with an 8-0 vote. I think that this is an important piece of legislation because it will provide perspectives as to what the needs of the disability community are and help actually make sure that New Hampshire can utilize its relationship in the nearby Boston metro area to help bring companies from Massachusetts to New Hampshire by incentivizing them through programs like this. So with that, I encourage you all to support HB 1685, and I'm open to any questions that you might all have.
Thank you for introducing this legislation. Could I get you to expand a little bit upon the definition of technology-first state? I believe I understood you to say that what you really are interested in is having New Hampshire become more supportive of providing assistive technologies. So I'm wondering if there's a better way to state that than saying having it become a technology-first state. Maybe being more explicit about what assistive technologies are. Could you give us a few examples of some assistive technologies? I suppose text for the hearing impaired would be one, Braille on a keyboard would be another, but what other assistive technologies might there be?
Yeah, so we're seeing, a lot of advancement with AI in helping make sure that people who have hearing impairments as well as vocal impairments be able to communicate more easily with people who don't necessarily deal with those disabilities on a day-to-day basis. So it can help with communication, it can help with intellectual disabilities and helping make sure that we can provide information to people in an accessible format. It can make sure that we can actually invest in looking at different potential opportunities when it comes to things like mobility and mobility aids. Ultimately, when we're looking at the way that other states have done this, they've focused on the technology first aspect of it because there is a lot of potential mechanical opportunities in terms of what we're looking at for the different types of inventions that people are putting forward to help the disability community, looking at the different types of technology and really kind of making sure that we have options available as well as support options for these different companies that are looking at trying to expand these different technologies and making sure that New Hampshire is actually a place where they can actually receive the best support and the best opportunities to make sure that their consumers are getting the best product as well as making sure that they have the best opportunity to provide that to them.
You give us a pointer to legislation in other states that are doing this so we could look and see what they're doing?
Yeah, as I mentioned, Arizona has been looking and has a very similar bill currently going through their committee process. As I said, it passed 8-0 unanimously. States like Minnesota have passed this. I mean, back in 2019, we are just one of 10 states that does not have a commission like this.
Representative Notter has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. I had to search my brain to remember last year there was a bill that made us first, and I finally remembered. It was we were the first state to allow our treasurer to invest in digital currencies. Would you consider that being part of Tech First?
In terms of the way that this is written, it's more focused on the accessibility aspect for specifically people with disabilities.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking my question. I was basically to follow those two lines there that from the chairman and the past representative just spoke. Would you be okay with the amending line 5 to where it said to study making New Hampshire an assistive technology first state?
I mean, I would be fine with that as long as we are able to move forward with the intents and purpose of it. I don't care, what the title of the commission is called, as long as we are actively pushing this forward so that we can benefit our members of our disability community, the companies in the surrounding areas, and incentivizing them to come here to New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Howard, for taking my question. First thing, I have two questions. The first one is actually on the bill itself. I noticed the commission doesn't actually have any legislators on it, which to me means that lines 1 and 2 on page 2 aren't necessary. The other thing is when you talk about technology first, that to me implies that something else won't be first. So what are the things that would be not first compared with technology?
That's a good question, and it's something where it's more in terms of the fact that we're not looking at technology to begin with. As I said, we are just one of 10 states that doesn't have a similar type of commission to look at this issue, and it is something where sometimes, especially in the types of advancements that we are seeing in all different types of industries, It's something where making sure that we can help provide people with the necessary technologies to make their lives easier. We sometimes overlook, that in terms of trying to help make sure that we can provide them the most consistent form of support.
Vice, follow up?
So again, just to clarify, when we say technology first, that means that the very first thing we're looking at for assisting people is technology rather than other forms of assistance. Is that correct?
I would say no, not necessarily. It's just trying to make sure that we can at least consider the technological aspect as well.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm couple things. I'm a little confused. This is looking to establish a commission to find out perhaps what type of legislation might be needed to make us a first technology state, which I'm not really sure what type of legislation you would need for our people here to look at technology when dealing with assistive types of situations. Then I'm also confused by later down the bottom of the bill where it says that that you're repealing 21R9H relative to the Technology First Commission is repealed. If we implying that we already have one, so I'm not sure about that. And I'll end up with my final question is, if this were to pass, it seems to me it would be nice to have a representative from the VA on here as well.
Yeah, I would agree with the VA change, and I would also agree with Representative Corman's change to include representatives from the House of Representatives on the bill. In terms of what we are looking at, I'd have to look a little bit more in depth with RSA 21.9 because the stakeholders that I've spoken with have talked to me about how New Hampshire is one of the states that does not necessarily have this currently. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Typically, when you form a commission, once it delivers its report,
Okay. All
you
right.
repeal the commission. So that's what this language does. Representative Kaplan.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Howard, for bringing this forward. Usually a commission has some sort of goal in mind as to the benefits that it would bring to the state of New Hampshire. So can you just elucidate, briefly what are the main benefits this commission could bring to the people of New Hampshire and to the state? Economically, social services, what are they?
Well, thank you, Representative, for that question. And I think this also kind of comes back to Representative Thomas's question, where what are we going to be doing? And I think that we do need to be thinking about the types of legislation that we can bring forward to actually incentivize different companies to come here to New Hampshire. As I mentioned in my original statement, Boston, as we know, is a tech hub that has not just a lot of tech companies, but has a lot of medical companies as well. And it's one of those things where we've been seeing New Hampshire ranked 46th in the country in business development. We need to be thinking about how we can bring some of these companies here, how we can incentivize some of these industries to come over state lines. And this is one way that we can actually do it, because we can start to look more in depth as to what these different companies need, what this industry needs, so that we can incentivize them to come to New Hampshire, because we do have a very large amount of potential business that we could incentivize to come to our state. And I think that by having the opportunity to look at this more in depth and more specifically, we would have a really good chance of doing that.
Thank you.
I'll ask you this question because we ask this question of virtually everybody who comes here to suggest the formation of a study committee or commission. New Hampshire already has about 400 existing commissions. Have you investigated whether one of those commissions could take up this study?
I believe that currently, this is a very specified committee, and it's one where we are competing with 40 other states already, and we are behind the ball on this. That's where I do think that having this additional specificity would be beneficial, because we are seeing companies choose to stay in Massachusetts right now, especially in this industry. And if we had this piece of legislation, we had this commission, we could start discussing more in depth how we can start to bring these companies to New Hampshire.
Okay, Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you for being here. Piggybacking off of Representative Kaplan's question about the goal of this commission, from your testimony, I've heard that it includes education or legislation and/or incentivizing businesses to come to New Hampshire. That seems very broad and it seems very big. But I have two questions. My first one is on lines 19 through 21, you identify where the report goes. Typically, if there's legislation, it goes to the proper committee. So would you agree to adding a committee to that list?
Yes, I would be more than willing to add a committee.
And I have a follow-up. And people have noticed that this is a legislative commission without legislators, so I'm not going to do that. But what seems to be missing from my point of view, and it may not be valid or not, but there's no representative from public school special education, which I would think would be a really important voice on this committee.
I would agree, and I would be more than willing to add a representative from that group.
Thank you very much.
Additional questions? Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions, actually. One, thank you for being here today. Is this sort of trying to make a connection between adaptive technologies being developed as it's been improved over the years and the disability community, which sometimes is slow to accept these kind of adaptations? Is this commission meant to make a stronger link between those two situations?
It can definitely help. And I think that there is definitely a need for helping make sure that members of the disability community can get access to those support needs. And again, also adopting those new technologies.
And thank you. And I have a question for the chair as well.
Yes, go ahead.
Would this bill, I mean, we can't, I know we cannot what's the word? We can't vacate it at this point. I understand that. But would this bill be more appropriate for Health and Human Services? Speculating.
Potentially.
Okay.
I'm not sure why it was assigned to our committee, but if you look at the list of people.
Yeah, technology. Yeah, technology.
If you look at the list of people who would be on this commission, they're mostly from the Health and Human Services community, so.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, it had technology in the title, so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Howard, for being here and taking all of our questions. I think the bill probably would have benefited from a definition of what a technology-first state is, because I think there's still some question as to how we would even know if we ever arrived at being one. We don't know what it is, but I see that under the list of the goals of the commission, you have some specificity, and each of them appears to be, as Representative Partial alluded to, looking into different strategies and technologies to understand what's emerging in terms of assistive technologies, and to be able to identify ways that we could either adopt or modernize or implement or incentivize those, so that our state could be considered sort of up with the times on the technology as regards this. But I still think the bill is a little bit, I'm not sure the bill would be able to give the people that you're asking to be part of the committee enough definition for them to know how to accurately get to your goal. So when you said you'd be willing to make changes to the bill, I don't think you get to. I think we are the ones that have to edit it from, right? It's our bill now. So, so far I've taken down that the VA should be included. I put reps from DHHS because I thought if we are going to add representatives, that would be appropriate. And then we also mentioned public schools, special ed, people who have special ed expertise. Is there any way that you can clarify for us while we're here in this hearing how we would identify or define a technology first state in terms of these other 40 states who've already done it? What is it that we're missing that we would be trying to achieve?
Yeah, so it's the technology first directives. So it's the different goals that other states have adopted
Okay.
to kind of look at what their progress is in making sure that they can actually meet the needs of the disability community. And so I think that it's important to understand how we can achieve those goals and making sure that we can outline them so that we can actually hit the necessary targets, because otherwise, again, these other states, they have identified their needs, and it's going to be different from state to state. But it's a situation where we need to figure out what we need and what our community needs, and making sure that we can come up with a plan of how we can achieve those goals.
Okay, so follow up. So what I hear you saying is that if we were attempting through a commission to achieve becoming a technology first state, we would be defining goals or directives that the state needs to meet in order to be accommodating the disability community in a 21st century way.
Yeah, that's how other states have done this.
So I just looked up assistive technology first objectives, and I got back that these first objectives focus on prioritizing technology as a foundational proactive support to increase independence, community integration, and functional capability for people with disabilities. Key objectives include prioritizing independence, enhancing autonomy and control, increasing community integration, ensuring access and equality, proactive planning. Would adding that kind of information to the objectives of the bill be useful?
I think that it would be.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Vice Chair Thomas.
Mr. Chair, thank you for taking this suggestion. To help further this bill, have you, were you aware that we have a immersive technology caucus, and have you spoken with people there to get any ideas?
I have not necessarily spoken with the chair of that caucus, Representative Ammon, yet. That is on my to-do list. And I can definitely reach out and see what his thoughts are on this bill.
Representative Reynolds.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Howard, for introducing the bill. I just wanted to ask about referencing the information sheet that you passed around from NHCDD. It mentions the Assistive Technology Act and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Those are federal laws, correct? Yes, that one provides funding, and the other one requirements in education. Would it be, do you think it would be helpful to the bill and sort of the direction of the commission to add references to the fact that these are federal laws that provide both funding and put requirements on states?
Yes, I think that would be useful as well.
All right, thanks.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Howard. I'm still struggling with technology first and the notion of if what was first, if it wasn't first before, what is currently first, and this may be an exercise in silliness, I guess, but is it more of a technology forward? And although technology first seems to be a popular buzzword, are we really trying to be technology forward in the way we help with disabilities?
I would say yes, more technology forward. I mean, again, we're not trying to exclude or put something secondary. This is just trying to make sure that we're including all aspects into our considerations as to how we pursue different policy.
Representative Thomas.
So there seems to be a little confusion about this, about the goals and everything. Can you tell me what problem does this bill fix? Is there a current problem that needs to be changed or a current procedure that needs to be changed?
Well, as I've said, again, we are entering, we are seeing a lot of advancements when it comes to different technologies. And oftentimes the disability community is more locked in with some of the traditional methods of how to assist these people. And sometimes, again, we are seeing a lot of advancements in development and making sure that people are aware as to what options are available to them and making sure that we have technology options that might solve some of their issues and it's not necessarily going to, cure anybody or anything, but this is trying to make sure that we include options in planning to make sure that we can provide people with the necessary tools as well as access to the industry as necessary. Because I think that this is going to be beneficial for the disability community. I think this is going to be beneficial for the business community. I think that this is going to be beneficial for the healthcare community. There are going to be a lot of benefits because we are looking at this and are saying, hey, we want to make sure that we are considering all of the options. And we might be able to bring, as I mentioned previously, businesses here, making sure that we can provide people the best local access to healthcare that they need. We are one of the most, we have one of the highest rates of disabilities of any state in the country. And making sure that we can provide those people with the tools and resources that they need, I think is very important.
So would it be fair to say that this is a proactive bill and it's preparing us for what's coming down the road?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Corman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again. So as I'm looking at the composition that we have in the bill as is, if we add some legislators and someone from the VA and somebody from public schools, special ed, we're looking at a commission with 20 or more members. Are you concerned that it might be a little unwieldy?
That could be, and again, we can have further discussions as to what the preferred size of this commission would be, and the specific representatives that we want serving.
Additional questions? Representative Ploje.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking my question. With a family, bear with me, I'm going to give you a little background. Where is this bill going to, what is this bill going to address other than what industry, in this case, a service store, had an employee under the Americans for Disabled Act. The employee needed a different type of chair and keyboard to do the operations, which the family accommodated them. But they already knew what they needed, and it was a small accommodation. What does this bill do extra other than we have someone out there who could work better with specific instruments? That's what I'm thinking. Am I going somewhere else?
No, you're correct. It can be very dependent as to what specific tools and specifically adaptive equipment somebody might need. Because as I mentioned, we have a lot of companies down in Boston that deal with specific development of adaptive technologies. And we can definitely work at trying to convince them to come here to New Hampshire. I think that would also benefit a lot of the families that are dealing with this and making sure that we can provide them with the proper tools necessary so that they can live their lives to the fullest extent possible. And that includes, it might be an adaptive keyboard. We might have, I think that there are a lot of companies working on those types of products, but who knows? Maybe there may be a company right here in New Hampshire that develops a new adaptive keyboard, and it's because of legislation like this where we have a commission that helped incentivize that company to come here in the first place.
Okay, seeing no additional questions, I want to thank you for, Representative Partial.
I was still trying to formulate over here. Thank you, Chair. Now, I'm a parent of a differently abled child, and I can see where this could be very helpful, bringing industry and the sport community together and really making it clear to establish what is available out there and what is appropriate. This makes sense to me. I'm getting the sense that this committee is very receptive to it. There's been several suggestions for amendments. And I think again, my concern is, are we prepared to work together to make these amendments as part of the bill? That's one question I have. And the other question I have is because, say this bill passes out of committee in some form and it goes to the Senate. I would hate to see it go to Science and Natural Resources when Health and Human Services seems like a much more appropriate place for that. Can we steer this? Can we make recommendations to the chair? I don't know.
I don't either. I'll check with the clerk and the speaker's office to see if they can make that happen. To the first question you asked, do we have an appetite for making changes? I think the answer is yes, but we don't have a lot of time to make changes. That's one issue, so we have to be aware of that. All bills have to be done by March 5th, so that's.
But I will
that's not
say
a
at
lot
least
of
this
time.
isn't an early bill. At least it's not an early bill.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I want to make sure that there's a clear line of responsibility if we are, are we going to work with the sponsor, or is the sponsor going to take this on himself, or are we taking it on, I guess?
We own the bill now, so it'll be up to us. I mean, we can certainly work with Representative Howard because he has a vested interest in the outcome of this bill. But it's basically ours. So some member or multiple members of this committee will have to volunteer to take this on and begin the work to make this happen.
Okay, and I apologize, but I guess my questions are more directed to the chair then, but thank you.
Sure.
And I will say I'm open to discussing this further after the committee hearing and working with the committee to help develop these amendments. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for introducing this interesting legislation and call next on Vanessa Blaze.
Thank you.
From the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. Welcome to ST&E. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. I think this might be the first time that I'm testifying in front of this committee. So,
well, double welcome then.
Thank you. My name is Vanessa Blaze, and I serve as the Director of Policy and Planning for the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. For those of you who don't know us, we're a federally funded state agency that is mandated through the DD Act, and our job here in New Hampshire is to identify barriers for people living inclusively in our communities and to help dismantle those barriers. So part of my work that I do in policy is I help to connect the legislature and advocates together so that we can help solve a lot of our problems that we have here in New Hampshire. So I did pass around a handout for everyone. Sorry, that's my education background, calling it a handout. And I want to say that when I was first introduced to the idea of a tech-first state, I also had a really hard time wrapping my head around what that meant. So what was really helpful to me was the Kansas University does the State of the States, and they have a whole section of the State of the States website that introduces the idea of Tech First and talks about all of the benchmarks. So Tech First it's called that because it's just the way they titled the framework. But there are some benchmarks that they do specify, and they rate the states, and they rate them from novice, intermediate, advanced, and expert based on, checking those boxes. So that might be an interesting thing for the committee to look at. I think it's really helpful to understand the expansiveness of this framework and how we can use it to adapt to New Hampshire specifically to meet the needs of disabled people and aging people here in New Hampshire. It's not exclusive to disability. Also, I just want to give an example of how we could use this in helping to address the caregiver crisis that we're having, because a lot of technology is out there being developed that can take care of specific things that people with disabilities or aging people need. That would not require caregivers to be present. So that is one of the things that this could help us to solve. not exclusively solve. But also, I think that the interesting thing about this type of framework is that we can then access funding when we have identified activities in our framework that we can use. And then we can keep expanding on this. Like, this is a dynamic framework. It's not something that you build and then you just leave it that way, which I think is one of the exciting parts of it. It's always using innovation coupled with listening to people with disabilities and aging people and what their needs are, and then helping to, like Rep Heath was saying, kind of like help businesses develop technology that is actually useful to us. So I just want to say that we're listed on the representatives on the commission, and we're happy to connect you with people who experience disability and talk to them about how technology can help improve their lives. You know, and it's not just having a device. You know, one of the things in education that I experienced was sometimes we would get these devices, but we wouldn't get the training. We wouldn't understand how to use them. And so that is also another aspect of this framework that I think is really important. So it's not just directly for people with disabilities, it's also to help people who are working with people with disabilities. And I just, you know, I'm really excited about the proposition. And we are happy to connect you with people so that you can get more educated on this seemingly complicated topic.
Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Actually, I think this would be more towards the chairman and the committee. I know there was a lot of questions earlier about technology first. Looking up that University of Kansas doctor, I was able to find that the name of their movement was called Technology First, but it actually points to and relates to the latest trends in the assistive technology for disability and for disabled persons. So I just wanted to point that out. That's where the Technology First came from.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Yeah, relative to the Kansas University website, you mentioned that it has benchmarks, and I'm just wondering, are you suggesting that we should be setting benchmarks, or is that, it seems to me that would be more appropriate for the commission to be looking at?
Yes, no, I was pointing out the benchmarks just to give an idea where you can look and see what some of the components that we could include if we developed the framework. It just gives a general idea of the different ways that states have used the framework of Technology First to expand in a multitude of ways.
Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. To hop on Representative Corman's comments. So are you saying that this commission, if enacted, could identify benchmarks that would be applicable to legislation, and if those benchmarks were enacted, that there would be federal funds that would be unlocked, not previously available to the state for the purpose of disabled people?
It's a possibility, yes.
Possibility.
Yes, it's a possibility.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you for your testimony. This commission, which I think we all sort of agree that it's got merit. I mean, it's definitely got merit. Who would be a good representative of the aging population that should be on here? Because you specifically mentioned aging.
I think that AARP does an excellent job in the cross-section of disability and aging.
Okay, and I have a follow-up.
Follow-up.
Who would be a good representative? If we're going to go with aging, we should go with early childhood. Who would be a good representative for that?
I'd have to think about that. I don't do a lot of work with early childhood education right now.
Right, yeah,
I
maybe
think
Russ.
that possibly the school system
Yeah.
would be somewhere to look for that.
So just as a follow-up to that question, you see us adding people. This commission is getting rather large. Any concerns about that?
I would be a little bit concerned about it. I think that it's a possibility that you could have subcommittees within the commission that, like that would address very specific parts of the framework.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony and these excellent resources. Are you sending us an electronic copy of this so that we can click on these resources?
Yeah,
and
I'm
go
happy
through
to do that.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Okay. I have no more pink cards for this particular bill. Is there anyone who is in attendance who would like to testify on House Bill 1685? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1685. It happens occasionally, yeah. If it happens more than once, I'll address it.
We were talking about the stuffed animals this morning.
Yeah.
That she's here. That's the one who gave it to us. I can't think of her name.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, was this supposed to be like an add-on to today's, are we going to exact this today?
Well,
Or is it
I had,
tomorrow?
I wanted you to look at it
Doug.
and see if you thought we could instead of
I think we can.
but I gave a copy to Tom, and he pointed out a inconsistency.
animals?
Right here it says, exported kilowatt hours for a period of
That was
up
several
to
years
4
ago,
monthly billing
when we
cycles.
were a minority.
But over here it says
Which,
any
which stuff
credit-
is, I'm sorry, which,
3 months.
I thought it was told explicitly.
I don't
So
know
I
what you're
didn't know
talking
that,
about.
notice that. So I got this text from Okay, it is now 2 o'clock, so we can return to our regularly scheduled activity. Before we open a public hearing on the final bill that we'll be hearing today, I would like to ask the committee if there are any persons who would like to volunteer to work with Representative Howard on HB 1685 changes. Representative Partial, Representative Kaplan. Okay, you gentlemen have the assignment to work with Representative Heath and come up with or Howard rather, and come up with an amendment. Okay, all right, so now let's open a public hearing on House Bill 1722 relative to consumer protections and energy classifications for large use electric facilities. And I'll ask the prime sponsor of this legislation, Representative McGee, to introduce it to us.
Thank you, Chairman Bowes, and good afternoon, members of the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. It's nice to be with you still. Okay, HB 1722 is customer protections and large use electric facility classification. So these are two things that I thought would be helpful to try and do this year in anticipation of our invitation for large data centers to come relocate here. We have some data centers in the state. We don't have any of the really large classification ones, the ones that would be very energy intensive yet. So the idea behind the bill is to look at it from a ratepayer perspective and try and protect their interests, and then to also give some guidance to the Public Utilities Commission as to what they should be doing in order to make sure that if they're going to be setting tariffs, they're setting them up in such a way that, again, is protecting the retail ratepayer from any cost shifts coming from them. So HB 1722 came from a desire to protect the ratepayers before the fact by requiring the PUC to set up a regulatory framework to classify large use electric facilities with the specific aim to prevent adverse cost impacts to everyday Granite Staters. The definition section of the bill is fairly clear, as it is intended to define what we mean by a large use facility, that it can use 20 megawatts or more at peak demand, and is primarily engaged in providing services described under Code 518210 of the 2022 North American Industry Classification System, including computer processing, data processing centers, and web hosting services as described starting on page 1, line 13. The classification of service section starting on line 17 gives clear direction to the Public Utilities Commission on how to create a new tariff that allocates proportional costs and mitigates the risk of cost shifting. The process for arriving at an appropriate tariff structure for this new electric customer classification is identified on the top of page 2, beginning with item A, line 3. This section also clearly sets forth the end date for having an agreement as to how the new large use electric customer classification will be equitably implemented in the state of New Hampshire's rate setting tariffs as of January 1st, 2028. This section, the next section starting on line 13, is a set of clear definitions for what must be considered if not included in any contracts. And you'll note that Roman numeral 5 takes HB 1672 from last session into account. The applicability section on page 2, line 32, simply lists the 3 ways a large energy facility can work: with separate generation, with a utility supplier, or with a utility supplier who must make capital investments to accommodate the amount of energy required, and where there is a risk of cost shifting to other retail customers. The final section, commission reporting on page 3, line 3, simply asks for updates to our committee on an annual basis and asks for specific data in those reports and the protection of proprietary information as they collaborate with the Department of Energy. And that's all I have for my testimony. So with that, I'll try to take any questions.
Thank you for introducing this legislation. A couple of questions. Isn't this kind of like the cart before the horse? Because how could the PUC set a tariff when we don't even, if there's no data center that's being proposed, how could we know what the cost could possibly be? So it seems to me like you're asking the PUC to do something before they have the information necessary to make a decision about something.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think a lot of times when it comes to regulation, it can be looked at as a cart before the horse. The intention is to say, we already are aware that there could be three types, right? There could be one that brings its own generation, one that just uses the utility to supply it, one that needs additional interconnections and infrastructure that would have additional costs. And what we're asking is we're asking the PUC and the utilities to open a docket, basically, and undertake an investigation to decide how these types of facilities are being tariffed in other states in order to figure out what kind of a framework makes sense for New Hampshire. And with in mind, I mean, this legislation, when it's passed, the language says that the point of it is to protect regular rate retail customers from having to absorb the costs of any of these businesses that might have extraordinary costs around their energy needs. So it's asking us to examine it before the fact. It's not saying that we're going to have the Public Utilities Commission determine a specific tariff for a specific data center that comes in 2 years from now. It's saying we want them to do some pre-work so that they're not caught off guard when that first data center comes and they don't have anything in the regulatory framework around how to move forward with setting an appropriate tariff. So I don't think they would be pre-setting the tariffs. I think they would be discussing what does it make sense to include in the tariff and how do we do that so that it protects other consumers.
So on page 2, line 10, you would be open then to adding or to making that first sentence read, the commission shall open an investigatory docket, including all regulated state utilities, so on and so forth.
That would be great. Yeah, that would make sense.
And on line 30 on that same page, the section 5 that you mentioned was written to take into account HB 672 from last year. On line 30, it says dedicated non-emitting power resources. I think that bill was fuel agnostic. So you'd be okay with it, removing non-emitting? We can talk about that offline if you want.
Yeah, we can talk about it offline.
Okay. Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative McGee. Do you have any?
Still have that muffin for you.
Yeah, I never made it up there. Do you have any concern about a docket that is potentially going to shift costs to the large-scale group when someone actually is a customer, to lessen the fees for the other three groups, and as a consequence, inhibit large-scale users coming to the area?
I don't think that I don't think the PUC would interpret that from this bill. I think they would understand that the point of the bill is to ensure that if there are large costs associated with these businesses as they come in and the energy that they're going to require, that other ratepayers would be protected or shielded from those costs. I don't know how they're going to figure it out. That's why I think we should have a bill that says you should look at it, you should talk with the utilities, you should try and figure out what does it mean in order to accommodate somebody who needs a whole lot of energy. And most of that energy that's coming into the state is already in use, right? It's not like we have lots of extra energy. So it's, I think, important to get them to look at it in advance, just to understand how do you insulate all the, all of the other retail customers from absorbing costs that should be part of the business model.
As I read page 1, lines 14, 15, and 16, 13 through 16, actually, you say that a large energy use facility means a facility that can use 12 megawatts, 20 megawatts rather, or more at peak, and is primarily engaged in providing a service described under Code 518.210. And those include computer processing, data processing, and web hosting services. What if a large energy user is engaged in manufacturing? Would they be lumped in with these other types of business, or would they be separate?
Yeah, well, I'm not aware of any manufacturing facilities that are using more than 20 megawatts at a time. I think these are energy intensive businesses, and they're in a specific category, which I pulled out of statute from another state that had a bill on this subject. So I don't purport to be an expert. I don't know whether the examination in the docket would expand to include another type of business that might also fall into this category. I think what it's really designed to do is anticipate what we're starting to see in terms of really, really energy intensive businesses. And most of them fall into this category. But if we had another comma to say explore that too, if it's an investigatory thing, I wouldn't have any problem with adding manufacturing as well.
You know, there are some manufacturing businesses in the state that use a lot of electricity. I've heard it reported that Sig Sauer uses $1 million a month electricity bill. So that's fairly significant. Representative Schneller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for introducing this legislation. So manufacturing doesn't necessarily mean manufacturing in the traditional sense of widgets and whatnot, but could be manufacturing technology goods and services. So, for instance, say you produce films and you put those films out into the cloud and solicit adaptations to that film around the world, audio, video. That's going to be incredibly energy intensive. But for them to come here, it might start out just at 5 megawatts. But if it's a successful business, which I hope that we all want, they might ramp up to 20, 40, 50, 60 megawatt very quickly. How does this contemplate not repelling those kinds of businesses thinking about locating in New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question and for just taking us there to think about it. I think if they're under what this bill qualifies for, they wouldn't have to consider it because it wouldn't affect them. But it gives an idea when you put, a specific business that's not contemplated by the language that's here. You make the point that our Public Utilities Commission and our utilities have to start looking at it in order to be prepared for those future businesses. The scenario that you give, again, is a small business that grows to be a larger business. That's a scenario that's not covered by these questions for the initial docket, but that might be something that is brought up during the docket, because that's the whole idea, is that the people that are the participants in the docket bring forward what they think needs to be addressed. And then it's kind of a back and forth between the legislature and the regulatory body, right? Is they get so far, they come out with their thing, and then we come out with our next thing. But I'm just trying to get something going in terms of looking at how these businesses will be incorporated into the state so that we have some regulatory framework to start from.
Just follow up.
Briefly. So if I'm a business and I know there's 49 other competing states that don't have this form of legislation out there, would I not look at this and call it something that is inhibitory, something that I would look at this and say, well, you know, they can effectively prevent me from scaling up, or they can ratchet up my costs, whereas the other 49 states that are competing for that business to locate there may not do that. How does that play into this?
Thank you for the question. So you're saying other states might not protect their consumers from shifting costs and socialize the costs across all of the retail ratepayers or customers?
Just wondering how
That would be beneficial to the business, but it's not beneficial to the customers, right? Because it's a cost of the business. So
This is not a debate.
yeah, no, but I mean, that's what I'm trying to accomplish with the bill. So that I understand what you're saying, but I'm not actually looking at it from the business's standpoint per se. I think it's up to the Public Utilities Commission and the utilities to have a conversation around how do we accommodate the businesses as a state. My concern is that if there are extraordinary costs, that they not be socialized across all other customers.
You didn't answer Representative Schneller's question.
Well, I think he asked whether there would be an advantage or whether a business would see that there was a disadvantage to coming into a place that had some rules around how the costs of them opening and doing their business or even growing their business would be accommodated within the state. And I don't think there's anything in this legislation about someone growing a business in the state. I think what it's saying is if you have extraordinary costs, interconnection costs, or other large-scale costs that are associated with your business, they're your costs. They're not my cost, your cost. You know, all of us should not be subsidizing that.
Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative McGee. Perhaps in a different point of view, would you say that this is more a technology forward kind of a legislation where what you're trying to do is provide signals that the state is thinking about these things in advance rather than waiting to react to somebody who wants to establish a facility?
I'm not sure I'm trying to send any particular signal. It really is more of a consumer protection thing. We talk about cost shifting on this committee all the time and how we don't want certain costs to be shifted onto people for their electric bills, which they're already complaining are too high. And they can go up with the vagaries of the energy markets, right? We've had that happen in the past where people's bills have doubled and there was nothing really they could do or we could do. But one thing we can do is say, if there are energy intensive businesses that choose to come here, that all the ratepayers in the state will not be on the line for helping to subsidize the business costs. And so it's more, it's not trying to put a thumb on the scale of saying how it's going to be done. It's saying the Public Utilities Commission should get ahead of this and have an idea of how we're going to address it when cases come to them for tariffs. They should look at the different scenarios, the different costs that will be associated with those scenarios, even if they don't know the exact costs, but they know there's more costs if there are additional infrastructure pieces that are needed for business, like interconnection costs, right? They know and the utilities will be in the room to talk about what those costs could be or the range of what they could be. So the idea is for them to just look at how will we create tariffs for these types of large energy businesses and make it so that it's equitable for everybody else. So I'm not trying to prescribe an outcome. I'm trying to say, we should be doing this as a state. We should just be looking at it and trying to figure out how to move forward.
Representative.
Thanks.
So are you creating a straw man that this legislation is designed to destroy? Because what you're saying is that you expect a large data center or large data intensive user to come here and pass costs along to ratepayers. But there's no evidence that that's going to happen. So you're trying to you've set up the straw man that somehow these large energy users are going to pass costs on to the rest of us or shift costs to the rest of us. And there's no evidence that that will happen. The Public Utilities Commission knows how to create tariffs for different class of users. They've been doing it for years. So it seems to me that aren't you creating a straw man here with this legislation?
Thank you for the question. I think I'm creating a new classification. I'm asking them to create a separate classification. And just to be ready for the existence of that classification coming in and us not having a tariff structure in order to begin looking at tariffs.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going again to the issue of passing these costs on to everyone. If a new industry comes here and they are a large user of electricity, they're still in the commercial and industrial rate. So if there's a new growth in demand in that area, that's the tariff that it's going to be socialized to. It's not going to be socialized to mom and pop stores or the residential rates. There's no rationale for that. And please explain why you think that would happen.
Okay, I think what I'm trying to do is say we have residential, retail customers, we have commercial and industrial. We should also have large use energy customers. We should have a separate classification for those people who are using an inordinate amount of energy. There are states where data centers are using half the state's energy. We don't have that energy. And so I guess what I'm saying is we should be looking at whether establishing a new classification that covers that type of an energy user would warrant a different tariff. I'm not trying to predict the outcome. I'm just saying it may be true that we need a separate tariff for that classification of energy user. So I think it would be prudent for us to have them take a look at it in advance of us.
Follow up.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the number one, one of the number one reasons why businesses don't move to New England as a whole is the high cost of power and the expectation that they don't know where it's going to go. So if we're now creating an unknown, undefined, even potentially higher cost of power, aren't we throwing a roadblock in the way of those enterprises coming, where at least if they were in the commercial and industrial rate, you have some idea where they're going to be?
Thank you for the question. And this clearly exemplifies how we often look at things from different angles. I actually think what we would be doing is we would be clarifying what the position of the state is on accommodating these types of businesses and would let them clearly understand where those costs would lie. So if they were trying to come up with a business plan saying they wanted to move to the area, they would understand how New Hampshire was going to handle a tariff for their business. So I look at it the other way. I think it's actually clarifying from a business perspective if you can point to something rather than there not being anything and you have no idea which way regulators are going to go.
Point out that the utilities have signed up, or at least one utility has signed up to testify on this bill, so we can find out if there are already such classifications in existence. Representative Thomas has a question.
So I just want to read you something here. Large data centers often raise electric rates for residential and small business consumers by driving up demand, forcing utilities to build costly new infrastructure, such as power plants and transmission lines, the costs of which are passed on to all ratepayers. So it's clear to me that this bill is a proactive bill, just like the bill that we heard before this one. And based on the number of constituents that contact me about data centers, this is a front and center discussion that we need to have. So I see this as putting together in anticipation, granted, but we need to have some boundaries to begin with so we know what we're looking at. But my question is actually on page 3, line 4, where you say the report is due on June 1st. How did you come up with June 1st? And we're out of session in the middle of June. So does that give us enough time to look at this?
For the question. So the reports from the commission, once the commission has a docket and is starting to work on this, would come in June of each odd number year. So not in an election year, but in the first year of the session, I guess that would be, right? So it's an every other year report that comes in June. I don't think it's that unusual for it to come in. They're all assigned to different firsts, like November 1st. And so I'm not asking them to have one this June 1st, right? Because if it were to pass into law, it would probably not be signed before then. And that means that there wouldn't be a docket or any meetings probably until fall at the earliest or even later. So that's why the date for something to come out of the commission isn't until 2028. So they have some time to talk through the issues and to look at other states and what's happening. Because we just don't have the knowledge, but we have a process for how it could be reviewed. And I didn't put all of the other things that people talk about with data centers in here. I kept it in a very narrow scope, which is just the Public Utilities Commission should look at this. They should let us know what they find. And, here's some clarification around what we would consider to be a large data user. And so it's really more exploratory or investigatory, as to use the chairman's word. Thanks.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Mine actually pertains to more of the language of the actual bill. When I'm looking at utilizing Section 3's definition of large energy use facilities, and then utilizing the definition of that with this section 1 on top of page 2, does it mention the exclusion or for the tariff to be excluded from let's say data center or companies that use a lot of electricity if they provide their own power?
So are you asking me about the definition or just?
Because the definition, which mentions large energy use facilities and it can, all the different things, and it follows the code and the classification. And then up here it says that tariff will be applied for schedule for large energy use facilities. But if it's a large energy use facility, but they provide their own power, why would they need to still be tariffed?
Yeah, the tariff is the rate that they're going to be charged, right? And so the rate that they are paying for electricity will have to take into consideration whatever the particular parameters of their business are. And this provides the 3 scenarios that we know there are. They're either off-taking from the utility and they have enough to supply them, they're creating their own generation, or they're in need of capital investments from the utility. And so it's really just about cost shifting. Which 3 of those it is, it doesn't matter. They still have to look at what are the pluses and minuses in terms of the economics of each of those models.
Okay, follow-up. So if I understand correctly, then if a large company like this was using a ton of electricity, provided their own power, then they would not suffer a extra fee or any kind of fee from this bill passing.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that would be my assumption. I mean, I'm not on the Public Utilities Commission, but I would assume if they're providing their own power, it would be. They would be in the large use energy facility category or classification for energy, and they would fall into one of those 3 buckets, and the 3 buckets might have some differentials for how costly they would be, because the one that would require capital investment would again be a bigger nut. So we don't know how they will be treated, but it's complicated enough that we should probably have them looking at it before it's on us.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative McGee, for taking my question. I guess in hopes of maybe wrapping up your introduction here and allowing us to hear from some of the other experts in the room, is it your goal or is it your expectation that should the committee recommend this legislation to the floor ought to pass, is it your hope that the message we're sending is not that this is a measure that's, business unfriendly, but rather that it's a measure that is proactive and protective of existing residential consumers and even existing New Hampshire businesses, that everyone in the state now is going to be protected from the potential imposition of costs from, new businesses that might want to come here, large data centers, say. I mean, we all read about this in other states. So is that your goal with this legislation?
I mean, I guess I think different than everybody on the committee because it is proactive, I guess you could use that word. I just think it's pragmatic. Like, I just think it's just a common sense thing to say, let's look at this before it falls on us and we don't know what to do with it. It would be smart to have the Public Utilities Commission investigate the differences in these businesses, the impacts that they have, the rates that are appropriate, right? We don't have any of those answers right now. And so that is really their job, and I would like to have them do that job because I think it and my primary goal, my impetus for the bill was not to protect us from everything that, I've heard all kinds of things about, water usage and, all these things. I wanted to narrow cast the bill and just say, have somebody move forward with defining how is it going to work economically so that people don't feel like their bills are going up when these businesses come, if they come. Yeah, so proactive is one word. I think it's pragmatic, practical, yeah.
Okay, we have other people who would like to testify, so let's suggest we move on and call next on Josh Elliott from the Department of Energy. Good afternoon and welcome back.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs. The department is neutral on this bill. I think the discussion earlier, helped sort of refine the legislative intent, or at least with the prime sponsor in terms of what this bill is. If I heard correctly, that the intent is to open an investigatory docket at the Public Utilities Commission. I would say that the bill would need to be structured a little bit differently if that's the intent, because right now it's written as the PUC shall go out and develop this tariff, develop this rate, develop and go for, based on, these parameters that have been specified in the bill. So I think at the very least, it would need to be restructured in terms of directing investigation. Some of those attributes that are just spread throughout could be framed as either providing the framework to the Public Utilities Commission in terms of the investigation or, providing them some sort of legislative direction. And I think just in the discussion, the question and answer period, sort of illuminated, okay, what does the legislature want to do? What does the policy the legislature wants to do? Do we want to roll out, I should say, the royal we, as I mean all of you and the legislature as a whole, including the governor, is the intent to roll out the red carpet for data centers or these hyperscale facilities or however you wish to define them? Do you want to say, no, we don't want any of them in the state at all? Or, and as I think is the intent of the prime sponsor of, it's a neutral playing field, right? We want to make sure if you're going to cause, costs, if you're going to incur costs that would otherwise be socialized to all the ratepayers, you have to pick up those costs, which is the underlying fundamental piece that we see in a lot of these is cost causer pays, right? And regardless of what kind of interconnection you are, if you're the driving force as to reason as to why that cost needs to be incurred for that upgrade for the system, you're going to be the one who's going to pay for it. So I think there's that sort of the discussion, sort of that first discussion that I think all of you need to have is what is that underlying policy, and then everything else sort of falls from there. And I'm not telling you anything you already don't know, but there's a couple of different mechanisms to do this, right? We see different courses in a number of states, either or even an earlier bill looking at providing tax incentives versus actually setting up this. In terms of the details of the bill itself, I will say just looking at the definition of large energy use facility relies on the NAICS code. I will say New Hampshire is actually one of the few states that if you're an LLC that you're required to choose one of these when you file with the Secretary of State's office. But you could see some trouble being played if it's sort of a Delaware corporation decides to establish a presence here in New Hampshire. They're technically a foreign entity. That they wouldn't necessarily have to pick a NAICS code when they're in their home state. They also self-assign, so there's not an authority that goes out and assigns these things. So while this is probably a good starting point, you could see somebody trying to be cute and saying, well, we're not actually one of those. We're one digit off, so therefore this rate doesn't apply to us. The discussion, there's a couple of different pieces in here just in terms of items that the Public Utilities Commission would review. I'm specifically looking on page 2. Number on line 5, small b, equitable contributions to system efficiency, reliability, and resiliency. I think a little further definition would be needed in terms of what each of those mean. On line 6, small c, consistent with state and federal energy policy requirements. I would just caution enshrining federal policy requirements or preferences in state statute might be something you want to shy away from. Current federal policy is that's very pro data center, very pro bringing these online. There's a whole bunch of other things that are dealing with FERC being directed to do rulemaking by the U.S. Department of Energy in order to allow direct interconnection of these facilities into the transmission system, which there's a bit of a jurisdictional kerfluffle around that one. So I would, and certainly you could end up in the situation where state and federal policy would conflict or be at odds with each other. So just clarification on that. And then on line 8, small letter e, but 8 and 9, I should say, these are certainly considerations that would go into, say, for a siting piece of this, if you're looking to site one of these, but rather than developing a rate or a tariff that would go along with one of these facilities. It's also not something that the Public Utilities Commission or the Department of Energy has as a particular skill set. So just as a reminder, economic regulators, not environmental regulators. So this would probably be something more in DES's lane and rather than something here. I will say there is the use of both rate and tariff within the bill itself. Just for clarification, the rate is the actual dollar amount or the volumetric charge, the cents per kilowatt hour that you pay for either energy, transmission, distribution, and there's a couple of other charges that go in there. Versus the tariff, which are essentially, in a very, very broad brushstroke, essentially the terms and conditions of the rate that you're paying. So in order, if you're going to pay this rate, here are basically, we all download apps on our phones, right? There's the whole long list of terms and conditions that go along with it. Essentially, think of it that way as the terms and conditions. And I think just a little bit of refinement could be helped there. I will say on page 2, lines 13 following, it talks about contracting requirements. So this is sort of an interesting piece. So typically what happens is either a large user or any user for that matter can either go in, be classified under a certain rate class depending on the amount of electricity used and qualify for that rate. Or there's an option, it's not exercised very frequently, but there is an option within statute, it's RSA 378-18, small a, which allows direct contracting. So essentially, the quintessential example is ski areas. Now, to the extent, I think there's a few that are still out there. If you think of the load profile of a ski area, right, they're using all their electricity for snowmaking at night, which does not really correspond to, if you're a large commercial or industrial user, you're using it during normal waking hours, during normal business hours. So essentially, it was a thought process of, hey, our load profile really doesn't fit with how the rate is structured now. So there's this allowance to do these separate contracts. And these contracts still have to be vetted by the Public Utilities Commission. They're not used very frequently. So rather than, and I think that the bill contemplates doing both, you would both pay, be classified under a certain rate, then get that appropriate tariff, and that rate would be built into that tariff, and this additional contracting requirement. So it would really be one or the other, not necessarily both. But some of the terms that are within the contracting requirements that are spelled out in the bill, those are certainly things that you may want to contemplate as being part of the tariff or directing the Public Utilities Commission in terms of their investigatory docket to take a look at as to whether or not each of these things would be worth including, or if there are things, there are existing mechanisms that are already in place that sort of negate the need to add those. So with that, I apologize, I've wandered around the bill a bit, so I'm happy to pause and take questions. But if the goal is an investigatory docket, I think it would need to be restructured to say that explicitly.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Those are excellent. Questions for the department. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Elliott, for taking my question. I'm looking at page 2, line 15, that talks about transmission. And maybe I'm wrong, but wouldn't the tariff for that be covered under FERC and not under PUC?
Yes, so transmission rates would be covered by FERC. It would get passed through to individual electric bills, but the transmission rate would not be something that would be set by the Public Utilities Commission.
No questions. Seeing none,
Okay.
thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your testimony. Now let's hear from Michael Licata at Eversource. Good afternoon and welcome back.
Thank you. Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy. Just to start off, appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. We are neutral on the bill, although did have some concerns or questions about the language and the intent. I think Mr. Elliott from the DOE captured a number of the concerns, so I don't want to be duplicative. I will say just at a very high level that reading through the bill, it does appear to be more constructed for a different regulatory structure than we have in New Hampshire. It does appear to be contemplating issues that are more relevant for a completely vertically integrated utility that would be responsible for the provision of energy, transmission, distribution service. For example, the cost of service, talk about transmission, distribution, interconnection, energy capacity, ancillary energy services, electricity services, excuse me. And that's sort of a consistent theme throughout the bill. So it just might be helpful to take a quick step back and talk about what we do today. How do we treat a data center that would want to interconnect into our system? So first and foremost, 20 megawatts as defined in the bill is a significant load. Certainly the modern, more modern data centers can be extremely large. We've had inquiries, much larger data centers, 400 megawatts and above. And so we treat them we would treat them like any other customer. So if a large, I know this came up in conversation, if a large industrial user, if a generator wanted to interconnect into our system, we would essentially come to an interconnection agreement with them. We would do a study of the transmission and distribution system, although I will say at 20 megawatts, that's probably interconnecting into the transmission system. So we would do a assessment of whether there needs to be upgrades to the system at that localized location in order to allow for the interconnection. Any costs associated with the upgrade, and this was mentioned, I forget who at this point, but cost, cause, or pays. Essentially, the entity seeking to interconnect would be responsible for the entirety of the cost of that interconnection. So whatever the cost is for upgrades, it would be on the entity seeking to interconnect. Now, I do think it's fair to point out and say that as with any large user, although I think we're talking about extremely large users of electricity, they would be taking capacity that would otherwise be available on the system and perhaps, additional upgrades. So that is something to take into account that, it would be reducing overall system capacity, although there would be most likely upgrades associated with the interconnection. So just in terms of, from a practical nature, the interconnection itself, there would likely be costs associated, and the data center seeking to interconnect would be responsible for those costs. Just there is an aspect of this that I don't think is being studied and isn't the realm of the state of New Hampshire or the transmission owner or distribution utility, which is the overall system electric supply capacity. So imagine, if you will, a 400 megawatt data center seeking to interconnect. That would probably be transmission. Where do the electrons come from? Obviously, we talk an awful lot about capacity challenges and supply challenges in the region. To the best of my knowledge, that is not something that is studied, that interconnection. ISO essentially says, there's no halt that's done. So that is something just to share and to point out. Similarly, just the last thing I think I'll say is, some of these terms aren't necessarily fit with what you would think of a utility tariff, specifically serving the public interest, consideration of environmental and community impacts such as water, air, noise, pollution. Again, a tariff is essentially a series of charges and rates that a customer would pay. As Mr. Elliott said, that's really more the purview of siting, Department of Environmental Services, and so forth. So with that, I am happy to answer questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. That's very informative. Does Eversource currently have different rates for different size customers, particularly in the CNI space?
We do. We do have different rate schedules for different, and it is size related. So we do based upon kind of usage and profiles. This would be a little bit different, and I would also question whether a 20 megawatt user would be a retail customer of the distribution utility as opposed to interconnecting at the transmission system and essentially paying the ISO transmission tariff.
You said you have different rates for different size customers. Is there any cost shifting between customers based on those rates?
Sure. The intention of those rate designs is to avoid that cost shifting. And so when we go in for a rate case to set our distribution rates, we do a cost of service study where we look at the kind of load profiles and usage patterns of customers of different sizes, and we try to adjust, or the commission will approve rates that try to adjust the rates to avoid that cost shifting. In fact, just as an aside, in our most recent rate case, we saw that our previous rate schedule was essentially disadvantaging commercial and industrial users, that they were paying more than their fair share. And so the order from the Public Utilities Commission sought to try to rebalance that between residential and commercial customers.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is just a point of clarification. You just mentioned that it seems like the ISO does not carry out the study on the potential capacity impact of large power users on the regional, on the transmission system in general. Would that preclude our PUC here in New Hampshire from requiring a similar study on the distribution level?
Sure. So the ISO, to the best of my knowledge, and I did check with our folks before this, to the best of my knowledge, there is the study of the interconnection. So the transmission system interconnection, that is studied, and any costs associated with that. What is not studied is there adequate electric supply coming from the various power plants around New England to meet that specific interconnection? Now, ISO does, as we all know, load forecasts, and they look at sort of the long-term needs of the system, but I don't think that either a Public Utilities Commission is equipped to do a study of that kind, nor would have the authority to do anything about it.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas.
You testified that the company would be responsible for upgrades to the system and for interconnection costs, but that sounds like a company policy. It's not law, it's a company policy. And we all know that policies can be changed, especially when large amounts of money are concerned. So wouldn't it be for the best interest of New Hampshire ratepayers to put this policy that you have into law?
So the interconnection requirements for all customers today are embedded in our tariff that is approved by the Public Utilities Commission and has the force of law. So it is in our tariff today, the policy that I described previously.
Follow up?
But you don't have it as policy for these large data centers right now, correct?
We would treat any large user the same as any other customer, so they would be required to follow our tariff.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. We'll give the last word on this bill to Catherine Corkery of the Sierra Club of New Hampshire. Good afternoon, Ms. Corkery, and welcome back.
Good afternoon. I've got gifts.
Thank you. Okay. My name is Catherine Corkery. I'm from New Hampshire Sierra Club. I represent about 15,000 people in the state. We are, the chapter is very excited about the enthusiasm to examine data centers in the legislature. I think there are at least, there was the one bill earlier in this committee. There is currently a bill in E&A, and there is, tomorrow, there's going to be a hearing in Commerce, and there's a Senate bill. And there could be more, I don't know. But those are the ones that I saw. And I appreciate, I know the committee has said that this is proactive, but I think it's actually planning to be prepared for these kinds of businesses as they start multiplying across the country. And I like planning. It provides transparency. It provides an expectation that everyone will be heard and that the impacts will be addressed. So there aren't surprises. I don't think, generally speaking, people like surprises in their energy bills. And I think making sure that there is electricity available for these facilities is the goal here. And to ensure that there are no shifting of costs. I handed out to you a report from the Virginia chapter of the Sierra Club, and I only printed the first 10 pages. There is more online. And I put the link to the study on the front page. I meant to do that earlier, so I had to put it in a sticker. But here you will see the executive summary, and it outlines how Virginia has been impacted by these facilities. And in each chapter, you can see the first chapter is about impacts on communities and land use. The second chapter talks about water and water usage and how it skyrocketed in a very short amount of time. And then energy, which is what this bill is about. And you can see that these, and Virginia is not New Hampshire, I'm not saying it is, but Virginia was ill-prepared. And it also goes on for emissions and carbon and other air pollutants. It also talks about impacts on electric bills. And I think that was a question of the chair. You can see on page 4 that the Dominion Energy projects that residential electric bills will rise from an average of $142 today to $315 by 2039, primarily due to the data center sector's growing energy needs. Now, that is a cost shift. And I don't think this committee is really supportive of that. And it goes on, and at the end of each chapter, there is a policy recommendation that I really hope that the committee would review and see what we can adopt here in New Hampshire. Again, I think I appreciate the bill, and I appreciate the attention given to data centers by the legislature. There's a lot of different impacts to address, and I know this bill is trying to focus on energy, but I hope that this committee will be talking to the other committees, Commerce and E&A being two, to make sure there's some cohesion in addressing the impacts of data centers in New Hampshire. So thank you. That is my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Representative Parshall has a question for you.
Chair Vosen, thank you for coming today, Ms. Coakley. Virginia, I see in the report that the only date I can see is reference to 2024. And we know that in 2025, Virginia did in fact enact legislation setting a separate class for these large users of, am I correct on that?
No, you're right. This study was produced in support of that legislation.
Okay,
So
thank you.
beforehand.
Representative Notter has a question.
Do you know if the Virginia data centers serve only Virginia, or do they also serve the surrounding
No,
states?
these are global companies. They are serving the globe, but they're drawing on the local energy.
Follow up.
Follow up.
And can you tell me, or do you know if the water that they're using is fresh water, drinking water, or are they using reclaimed water?
From my understanding, they are doing both, but the data centers actually demand, and again, this is my understanding, they demand fresh water, that it has to be a higher quality on the level of drinking water.
Follow up, one more follow up.
Thank you. I was told that they use reclaimed water and they don't have to use fresh water, so I got
We might have different
information.
sources, but I can look into it and see what I can find.
Thank you.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the handout. One thing, and it just reminded me of, I was just looking at the image on the front, seeing that this large data center had 13 generators connected in series to it. And my question is the Sierra Club concerned about large companies like this utilizing 13 large fuel-powered generators to subsequent or offset the amount of power they use to avoid the extra tariff cost?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And there, if I could, there have been documented cases where air quality has been impacted by the use of diesel generators. They had claimed, I think the big example is in Memphis with the massive facility there where they had, I'm not going to recall the number of natural gas facility. No, they were diesel facility generators that were being run more than what their permit allowed. And that is really definitely a concern of the Sierra Club.
Follow up.
In this case, could increasing the rates for large customers intensify usage of electricity for their own financial benefit that would actually be more costly than raising the rates themselves?
Well, there are examples of that, actually. I think it's in Texas that I saw a report where I'm going to have to look it up exactly, but they were basically storing the electricity or selling off the electricity that they had by contract as another way to generate revenues for their facility. So they would turn off their operations and just sell the electricity that they would have used. So there's a lot of potential impacts. And again, I appreciate this bill for giving the space for the PUC to contemplate those types of issues. Be prepared is a motto of the Scouts, right?
Oh, I have a question. Does the Sierra Club have any concerns about the issue that was identified in a book called Abundance by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson, who discovered that blue states have created so many rules around permitting and environmental regulations that it became impossible to build housing and energy. And they laid a lot of the blame for that at the foot of organizations like the Sierra Club. Are you concerned at all that the kind of work you do could put us at a competitive disadvantage to China and Russia and other countries around the country?
Around the world?
Around the world, I'm sorry.
No, I understand. I am the director for the New Hampshire chapter, and my main focus is New Hampshire. New Hampshire provides more electricity than we can use, in fact. So I don't, and what we're concerned about is, and I'm going to bring another study at a hearing tomorrow about demand pricing. What is it called?
Demand response.
Thank you. Demand response rates to help actually lower the demand of facilities exactly like these data facilities, so that we can prepare and plan for those types of facilities. I think we're actually promoting new technologies, cutting edge technologies, so that we can cohabit with these kinds of technologies in our communities.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming and presenting today. It's my understanding that Loudoun County has got more data centers than virtually any other area in the entire country. When you look at the broader Virginia and Maryland, I mean, you have a massive number of huge data centers because they're surrounding the Defense Department. That's where it's all located. That's why this work is being done. That's what they're trying to keep us from having to learn Mandarin. Are you comparing Virginia to New Hampshire for purposes of this kind of a study?
I am bringing this report to inform the committee. That is why I brought it.
Comparatively, do you think
I think we can learn. I think we can learn, from the experience in Virginia. And I will say other states are fast behind Virginia. This is not a static business area.
Thank you.
Actually, 75% of the world's internet traffic goes through data centers in Virginia. It's a statistic I learned this past summer. It's an amazing statistic. Representative Notter.
I'd also like to add that everything that you have on your phone that gets stored, it has to go to the cloud and it has to go somewhere, and that's where they're going. So now we know where our cloud is. It might be in Virginia.
Representative Kaplan.
If that's 75% of the world's data flowing through Virginia, it doesn't sound like the Defense Department. It sounds like some big global corporations that might be handling all that data. But we did hear something about, housing regulations, impeding the growth of housing, which is a basic human need. What about data centers is fulfilling a basic human need, in your opinion?
Mm-hmm. I think it is. That's a good question. I think it's a question of priority, right? And we do need to prioritize our human needs. Certainly, we could go into that discussion, but data centers are. I don't want to say it's a bubble, but there is a lot of discussion about, the realism around the demand. That answers your question.
I think that's a good answer. Thank you.
Representative Partial.
Chair, and thank you again. Going back to having these data centers selling off their energy, I'm thinking of a situation here in New Hampshire that we were facing with another piece of legislation where I think it was American Grocers, Amalgamated Grocers, Associated, thank you so much, wanted to raise the net meters so they could produce more of the electric to supply their own needs. Would a bill like this be preemptive in establishing guidelines for not only Associated Grocers, and thank you, and any data center that would have to come in if it were on an advisory basis like we were talking about?
I think the bill could provide that guidance or be more specific in asking the PUC to provide that rulemaking or guidance. I don't think that's in there now as clearly, but it certainly could.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the testimony here. Just to be clear, depicted on this handout looks like one large facility, but within the documentation, there's reference to over 1,300 data centers in the state of Virginia. So to be clear, this isn't just talking about one campus. It's talking about data centers throughout the state of Virginia. Back to this bill, my inference was that there would be one campus of 20 megawatts that were envisioned as far as directing this commission to study. So can you distinguish, are there like single facilities of 20 megawatts or more in Virginia, or are they aggregated together, they comprise all of this?
I do not know off the top of my head, but this report does detail all of the demand. And as we heard, it is dated. It was written in 2024.
So follow up.
Follow up.
So then aggregated demand for all of the facilities in the state.
I believe so.
Representative Thomas.
Yeah, on page 7, well, it says 7. I don't know if it's actually 7, but on the page that's printed that says 7, near the top, it says that regulatory neglect has contributed to Virginia's predicament today, a de facto regulatory, quote, race to the bottom, end quote, for fear the industry will go elsewhere. Now, I live in a town where we are living with that's the town of Merrimack, where we are living with the consequences of businesses that came into our town, were not regulated, and did severe damage to our town and our population. So I appreciate your concern, and I assume that what you are asking for is specific guardrails in New Hampshire to protect ratepayers, people, and the environment. if these things, excuse me, these very large data centers come into our state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you
Thank
for your
you.
testimony. And we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1722. And next, we'll be moving into executive session on 4 bills. But before we do that, we're going to take a 10-minute break for a caucus. So I would ask everyone who's not a member of the Republican caucus to please exit and try to be back here by 3:25. Thank you very much. Okay, let's resume our activity here by moving into executive session. Our first executive session is going to be HB 1741 FN relative to the enrollment and use of distributed energy resource aggregations by electric utilities. And the chair recognizes Representative Schneller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On HB 1741, I motion for ITL.
Chair recognizes Representative Mattson.
I second it.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL on HB 1741. Discussion, Representative Schneller. Discussion. Rationale for ITL on this bill. Turn on your microphone.
I'll
Okay,
defer
thank you.
to Representative Summers.
Representative Summers.
Oh, my God.
All right, so one of the rationales that we had in our discussion about this bill was that during the testimony on this bill, there were a lot of issues that were raised that the bill doesn't adequately address. So while the basic idea of a distributed power plant seems to be a good one, it has many negative aspects. In addition to that, at least two of the utilities are already doing something similar with a demand response program that they administer through New Hampshire Saves. So we felt that this bill is, it was a good discussion to have this bill. We thank you for introducing it, but it's not quite ready for adoption at this point in time. So that's why we're recommending ITL. Further discussion. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I realize the motion you guys put up is ITL, but I was thinking that since this is a topic that actually does need further investigation, that interim study was where we were going to go with this, because it's a pretty timely topic and one that we should probably be attempting to move forward, even if we're not actively working on it, but just by saying interim study, we would acknowledge the fact that there's more work to do here, rather than ITLing, which I guess they have pretty much the same effect because there's no second year of the biennium to worry about at this point. Right?
Further discussion, Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Representative McGee just said. It's, I think it is a good idea. It does need more work. The bill doesn't quite meet the standards of what the utility can work with. But in the public hearing, we heard that, you know, for instance, Vermont has a 72 megawatt virtual power plant. And, you know, 5,000 batteries in the state of Vermont enlisted in that program. Why can't we do the same here in New Hampshire? We heard that the pilot program that Eversource is running saved 30 megawatts in the entire year last year. Well, that's something that the Vermont virtual power plant can do in a single night. And so as a matter of priority, if we really cared about lowering costs for our ratepayers, this is the one tool that we have right now that we could use is demand response. And so because it is an effective tool, we know how to do it, the fact that there is a pilot program and the fact that we just could maximize that pilot program and just get more ambitious about it by enacting a bill like such as this, means that I think it deserves further study. So that's where I stand.
Further discussion, Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what the Representative Kaplan is saying, but in this year, IS can only have two recommendations. Either there's no further legislation required, which I'm hearing, no recommended legislation required, which I kind of hear that most of us don't want, or that legislation is recommended, in which case even if we IETL this, next year being a new biennium, I'm sure someone would make changes to this bill and come back with another bill anyway. So I really don't see much point in this particular case with going with IS.
Further discussion, Representative Corman.
Thank you. Yeah, and to Vice Chair Thomas's remarks, I agree. I mean, ultimately, the disposition is going to be the same. The bill isn't moving forward this year. I feel like it's more an issue of messaging. What are we saying about the content of the bill? Are we, by ITL, we're saying we don't want it. By interim study, we're saying we think there's something here that might be workable and it deserves further study. So it's really more a statement of sentiment of the committee with really the same specific actionable outcome of no legislation this year. So I would favor interim study just as a way to message that, yeah, we think there is something here that's worth investigating rather than ITL, which says we're putting it in the trash.
Representative Swanson.
Mr. Chair, considering the number of witnesses or the amount of testimony in support of this bill, it would be a shame, I believe, to ITL it. And it does absolutely send a message in a time when we realize that we will have increasing needs for electricity supply. And so we need to be out there out front with looking at all the different ways that we can do that. And ITLing this will just send the wrong message.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'll be brief. I just want to second what Representative Corman said, which is about messaging. I think this, recommending this bill for interim study would be an opportunity for this committee to make a bipartisan statement that, and we're concerned about the increasing bills that our constituents are facing, and this is a tool that's in the toolbox that, as Representative Corman said, could be rapidly expanded. And so, even though it's not gonna have any direct action, but it would be, I think, a better message coming from the whole committee to say that we're going to at least retain it for interim study.
Representative Thomas.
I want to remind everyone that Tom Irwin of the CLF, who supported the bill, called it an innovative tool and which had the ability to reduce electric bills. And he gave us that we could have a $3 million savings in one day. That would be something that would help our ratepayers. I realize this committee is very averse to innovation sometimes. But I think this bill is definitely something that we need for our ratepayers. It will give relief to our ratepayers, and it should, at the very least, go to a study.
Representative Biggie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the chairman's point about the bill itself, you're saying that it has some problems in it. It's not for the efforts of the prime sponsor or the lack of effort by the prime sponsor, because I know I accompanied him to Eversource. Sometimes we get in the hearing room and then we hear from folks who are around our committee all the time that we've met with that there's something in the bill that they don't like, but they didn't give us the information when we went to try to solicit that information from them up front so that the bill would be in a more ready state. So I would just ask, I know that what the motion that we have on the floor is ITL, so that's what we're going to vote on. So I would just ask my colleagues across the aisle if they would vote down the ITL so that we can make an interim study motion, because even though the motions are functionally the same in that nothing is going to happen if we interim study the bill that would be different from an ITL. There is more dignity associated with the interim study because it's a message from the committee that we think that the bill has merit, which I think that it does. So if you agree with that, I would appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to clarify that during our caucus discussion, there was never any attempt to denigrate the effort by Representative Kaplan. We're appreciative of what he did. We just don't think that it's ready to move forward. Representative Bernardi.
I think fundamentally the issue is what Vice Chair Thomas raised, this bill, even if we interim studied it, would not be a bill until next session. So the question is, are we going to reserve time as a committee or a subcommittee to work on it? Or are the individuals that are moving it forward going to do that on their own? That's the only fundamental distinction. I think it does not merit us coming back in the fall for that purpose.
I would also remind the committee that Eversource currently has over 7,000 participants in its demand response program and seeks to expand it in the next energy efficiency triennial plan. Representative Partial.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is more of a question. It does have an FN, normally that would mean that cannot go on consent. If we have a split vote on this, there will probably be a floor debate. If we were to IS it, could it go on consent? Even with an FN on it?
I'm not sure. I'd have to clear that with the clerk, but possibly, yeah, possibly.
I think we see interim study bills on consent because it's not actually saying that you spend any money.
Okay. I'll accept your word for that. We'll verify it if we get to that point. Yes, Representative McGee.
Could you just clarify, if we place an interim study on this bill, it doesn't mean there's a study committee in the fall because it's the second year of the biennium, correct? So it doesn't have the effect of any additional work.
The only additional work is that we would have to meet in committee and vote on the two choices, recommended for future legislation or not recommended for future legislation. So that's the only additional work that would be required. Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Representative Bernardi seemed to imply that another option would be to form a subcommittee and work on it in the interim. And whoever survived in the fall would be able to bring that work forward. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but I would be willing to do that.
Yes, that could happen. Vice Chair Thomas.
I just wanted to, correct me if wrong, but I think in the fall, every one of us here is still a representative until the first week in December. So it would be the same people.
All right, I think everybody's had a chance to be heard, so I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion of ITL on House Bill 1741 FN.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson. Yes. Representative Schneller. Yes. Representative Saborn Deschenier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
Okay, 9-8.
Okay, by a vote of 9-8, the committee adopts the motion of ITL on House Bill 1741 FN. Will there be a minority position, and will that be IS? Representative McGee?
Yes, there'll be a minority position, which will be interim study. Yeah.
Okay, let me back up a minute. We were asked just earlier today on bills where there is a split vote in the committee, what the minority position would be. Not necessarily whether there's a minority report, but what the minority position would be. So I'll be asking that on any votes where we have a split vote. So the minority position is IS, and Representative Schneller will write the majority report, and Representative Kaplan will write the minority report, correct? Need those by 5 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you. All right, So that concludes our work on House Bill 1741 FN. Next, we'll move on to House Bill 1777 FN. And the chair will recognize Representative Nodder for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL on House Bill 1777.
Chair recognizes Representative Summers.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for HB 1777 FN. By the way, the title of the bill is relative to the Enhanced 911 System Fund. And the chair recognizes Representative Nodder for a discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not unusual for departments to move money around to make everything balance. It's better than raising taxes. And that's what we do at the county level. I've been on the executive committee there for a number of years, and we meet once a month to transfer money within the departments.
And there was extensive testimony from the department that there was no systematic problem with the shifting of funds regarding the 911 system fund. Further discussion? Well, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 1777 FN.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Sabor and Duchenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee. Representative Partial. Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes. By a vote of 12 to 5, the committee adopts the motion of ITL on House Bill 1777 FN. What would be the minority position on this bill? OTP? Okay. All right, so Representative Nodder will write the majority report. Who will write the minority report?
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Okay, I need that by 5 o'clock, please. All right, so we're all set on 1777 FN. I'll close that executive session. Now we'll move on to HB 1775 FN, and I will recognize Representative Bernardi for a motion.
Move out to pass with amendment 0594H.
Chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ought to pass as amended by amendment number 0594H. Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi to discuss, the amendment.
Yes, so you have the formal amendment from OLS. You also have another sheet from me which takes the amendment and shows you in red where the specific changes were made. So the key is, what?
I don't have the second sheet.
Is it made it down here? I don't even want either.
Supposed to take, there was
This-
plenty
here's
that
one
went around.
highlighted. Are you talking about one with highlights?
I don't have the highlighted sheet.
Yeah, there's the amendment
The
was
amendment.
unapproved, and then there's another sheet that has, it's
Yeah,
the
that's-
same.
That's the one I don't have.
Okay. You got extras over there?
You said, John, you got one? Oh, you got yours there.
I split them equally.
Everybody has one?
Okay.
Okay, so the key here, well, the function of this bill was to allow utilities to, in a small way, jumpstart reliable power production. So the amendment change made very clear that no generation unit, whether it be nuclear or gas, shall exceed 5 megawatts in size. This essentially eliminates the concern of the power producers, of the utilities somehow having an unfair advantage and displacing them in the market. I must comment, though, as I couldn't comment during the hearing, it is extraordinarily unfortunate from my perspective that the power producers have not offered a single reliable production unit. Nothing but offshore wind has been in the queue. And when we have as a need to displace oil, which was running at 35% of our power production during Storm Fern and other winter storms. This morning, it was 25% of the production in ISO New England. And oil permits, pollution standards are being waived. If that is not a need in New England for power, I don't know what is. I am really offended by the position that says we don't have a need. We also have a chicken and egg situation here. Power producers say they are looking for more need for power, and so they're not going to come in until they see that. And yet, without a need for power, it's a chicken or the egg. So the bottom line is, I amended this bill to make it clear that no unit being authorized can exceed 5 megawatts in size. And I also included at the bottom of the description definitions of distributed energy resources and the restructuring policy principles that moved us to a deregulated electric system. I would invite you to read the last line of that, which says, however, distributed service companies should not be absolutely precluded from owning small-scale distributed generation resources as part of a strategy for minimizing transmission and distribution costs. So we already have in our law the ability to do this. What this law does is put the guardrails in place on the size and the scope of what can be done.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Schneller.
My discussions could be for the amendment or for the bill overall. Again, this is for 5 megawatts or less. This is where innovators would, amen to that. We've talked about innovation. I've heard it several times today and in the past. This is where innovators play. Small scale, small nuclear, small gas, small solar. We already allow small production of solar, and we allow the utilities to invest in small 5 megawatts or less solar. This is precisely the kind of legislation that we should be passing to allow this state to attract innovators. We had the CEO, it was one of the first hearings that I had heard, public hearings that I had heard, the CEO of a local Portsmouth-based company called StarCube testified before us asking that we pass legislation such as this to allow them to exist here. Legislation like this will allow these companies to raise capital, set up shop here in New Hampshire, generate jobs, attract people from institutions like MIT and Harvard to innovate and develop not just whether it's nuclear or gas or solar, but also the interconnectivity, superconductors. Also, when these small-scale nuclear innovators take hold here, we will also have isotopes created that that can be used for medical purposes. So this will spawn additional industry beyond just nuclear. There's an RFI right now sitting at the director's desk at the Advanced Department of Advanced Energy in our DOE. The RFI asks if we want to be a state that has a nuclear campus here. And I listened to the state of the state, and one of the most emphatic comments from our governor was that we would be a new age nuclear, a home for new age nuclear innovation. So I can't think of a better piece of legislation to attract innovation, to attract capital formation, to attract jobs, brains, etc. This is precisely what we need. Thank you.
I think you were referring to the Office of Energy Innovation in the Department of Energy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in terms of what Representative Schneller said, I mean, all these things can be done now. That we don't need this bill for any of this to happen. My concern here is that by allowing the utilities who have guaranteed rate recovery to invest in these technologies, which are really quite expensive, the ratepayers are probably would be on the hook if they actually invested in this. I know during, when we were actually having the hearing, there was a contrast with, or solar was brought up and how we allow 5 megawatts of renewable generation. I think there's a significant difference in potential stranded costs for solar versus potential stranded costs for natural gas and especially nuclear. I mean, these first 5 megawatts that we're talking about, given the state of nuclear technology, are going to be very expensive megawatts. So I'm just very concerned about leaving ratepayers on the hook for stranded costs here. And I can't vote for this.
Further discussion. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually went and looked up 374G because I don't believe this bill, which is about reliable, firm energy, belongs in that statute because the statute was devoted to electric utility investment in distributed energy resources. So now we're adding non-distributed energy resources under a category that is specifically for the way we treat distributed energy resources, which are the kind of resources that we want to add in because they're cheaper, they're easier to add to the system, they add reliability. They add reliability in a different way, which means that we can have more local energy to put into the supply mix, right? So we sometimes when we use the terms that we use them to mean different things. But I don't think this bill is actually ready for prime time because it is written into a portion of the statute that it does not belong in. The purpose section under which the additional language is inserted is the purpose of electric utility investment in distributed energy resources. That is what the chapter is. So we're mixing apples and oranges and we're just muddying up the statute trying to say that non-distributed resources belong in this category. It's just in addition to the other points that have been made. The last thing I'll say while I have the mic, since it's a discussion, is that I am extremely concerned about the Power Generators Association and the points that they made both in the hearing and in their written testimony about us putting a thumb on the scale of the markets because we have generators that are contributing to the regional grid. We are currently contributing more to the grid than we use. And so we're not in need of new generation facilities in the state of New Hampshire, especially on the ratepayer dime. The entire system may need additional plants to come online for what is the future anticipated energy needs. But what we received in testimony is that passing a bill like this would actually do more to disincentivize people from building new generation. So saying that we're going to allow our ratepayers to pay for 5 megawatts of a nuclear plant through the utilities who get automatic recovery doesn't necessarily make nuclear happen. Whereas if there is a need for it and the system generators find that need, then the market will provide a generator. So I disagree that this bill is going to help us do anything innovative, except for put the ratepayers in a position where they're required to pay for something that may or may not happen, but that will be quite expensive.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, what Representative McGee said was true about the original bill, but not true about this amendment with respect to its limitations of 5 megawatts. And with respect to distributed energy resources, I took the definition right out of the statute. It's at the bottom of the handout that I made. If you read the language, distributed energy resources means electric generation equipment, blah, 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 or technologies and devices located on or interconnected to the local electric distribution system for purposes including but not limited to reducing line losses, supporting voltage regulations as a part of a strategy for minimizing transmission and distribution costs. So small units located where there is congestion on the local system, whether it be a small gas plant or a small nuclear plant, does exactly that. And therefore, this is appropriate.
Representative Bernardi, can you point me where you're...
Representative McGee.
Can you just point me to where you're reading that? You started talking and I never found where you were reading.
It's in RSA 374G, colon 2, definitions B. Further discussion? Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with Representative Corman. I think the major concern with this bill is putting the ratepayers on the hook for cost overruns. And, of course, that's a business model that is going to distort the market. There's nothing, I haven't seen we didn't hear any testimony that said that if you reduce the 10 megawatt cap to any kind of number, that would eliminate the possibility of market distortion, because it's still a business model where the weight of the risk is falling on the ratepayers, not the private investors. So obviously that kind of model is going to have quite an advantage in the market, and other players are just going to walk away from any sort of and taking part in that same market. So I still see the market distortion as part of a utility-owned nuclear plant or a natural gas plant. And so it doesn't answer the question of the actual impact on our ability to generate the electricity that we're going to need.
Representative Swanson.
Mr. Chair, I'm really torn on this bill. I concur. Even though we may produce more electricity such that we're exporting it, still, as exemplified by this winter, we had to rely on more expensive oil to generate electricity. So if there is a cheaper means of doing so, by however means, that would seem like a good idea. And if it's distributed, I'm a big fan of distributed energy. And whether it's nuclear or solar, I don't know if wind is ever going to get a chance to come back, but, or, gas or whatever, it would seem to be beneficial. I think that, the number one concern that I share is the ratepayer risk that this places and the opposition that I saw in some of the testimony that we heard. I like this amendment. It really makes me feel better about this whole thing. And it's kind of, Representative Bernardi, would you agree that this is more like an all of the above option? It looks like you're including everything under 10 megawatts? 5 megawatts.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes, I would say that it largely, the less than 5 megawatts camp is wide open.
And I don't want to get into a debate because my understanding is if you're anything less than 20 megawatts is a micro nuclear reactor. And I don't know how readily available or practical those are, but ultimately this would be a business decision. You know, the conundrum here is, do we give the utility company the authority to build these generation capabilities? And that's the nut to crack here. Thank you.
Representative Schneller.
Just briefly, so nobody would, this bill doesn't mandate anything, that nobody would mandate that the utilities invest in and create by investing stranded costs. So this is an option, which I think should be open to them. And then just follow-up comments is, there is a conference going on this week in Seattle of small nuclear generators, innovators that are looking for states that are amenable where to locate their businesses. And this nuclear campus RFI that's out there now, if New Hampshire is amenable to it, would be a way to attract some of those businesses here. So in my opinion, this is, again, pro-innovation. Doesn't mandate anything. It doesn't automatically create stranded costs. Thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Yeah, we heard testimony from Molly Connors. I don't know if she's in the room, but she said that this is the state putting its thumb on the market scale, looking at nuclear. She asked, why not renewables? Why not geothermal? 10% of a thumb is still a thumb. I just wanted to remind everyone of that.
Representative McGee.
I was so busy listening, I lost my point. But I guess where I would come back to is that when we've been discussing small modular reactors, I'm pretty familiar with them. I just came from a conference where I exchanged cards, and I've exchanged emails since with the woman who's coordinating all the small modular reactor programs for Canada. And she's across provinces. She's working with all different developers and all that. I understand the idea of wanting to move forward with technology, and I'm all in favor of that. What I don't understand is there has been no assessment of how much that megawatt for that, small modular reactors, say a 75 megawatt Oklo reactor. You're talking $3 billion, right? It's newer technology. And so the megawatt cost of that electricity is not something that can be borne by the ratepayers of New Hampshire. And we have not discussed cost. So you're pushing it forward and saying, it's a good idea. We like this. We want to support this. But the theory and the reality don't really work together. There's been no discussion about what it would mean in terms of what ratepayers would be on the hook for. Because if the utilities invest, even if it's only for 5 megawatts, those are very, very expensive megawatts, they will be allowed to recover that money and people's bills will go up. So what are we doing here? We're doing an experiment and we're saying ratepayers are going to be on the hook for it. That's what we really want to get across in this discussion. It's not that we don't agree that nuclear is a good technology and it would be nice to maybe have more of it, but whether we're going to encourage it on the ratepayer dime is something we should really be discussing in terms of what is it going to mean. How much money are they on the hook for? Because we were trying to send that the other way with a lot of the other bills we've been discussing this year, and this sends it in the wrong direction.
Representative Schneller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for those comments, Representative McGee. Again, just emphasis, I don't recall seeing Eversource Ventures in existence. So Eversource as an investor per se, in innovation, they have the option of investing in what I'll call not development capital, but energy that's already developed. So there's high risk development capital, and then there's much less risky already developed capital. We're not talking about 75 megawatt, $3 billion reactors or NuScale 77 megawatts, which Tennessee's bought 12 of them, huge amounts of money. We're talking about privately funded small innovators for sub 5 or sub 5 megawatt reactors. Private capital would invest in them, develop in them, and once developed, Eversource would certainly be willing to follow on.
Yes, I'd just like to remind everyone, we have to be out of this building by 5 PM.
I'm not aware of any 5 megawatt reactor that can be bought anywhere at any price. And also, what kind of economies of scale would you get? I just don't understand. I don't understand how this bill works. I really don't.
Representative Schneller, you want to talk about StarCube?
StarCube is, again, so you're aware of them. It's Portsmouth-based. They have a design. It's an exceptional design. There are a lot of companies out there like that. They just happen to be based here in New Hampshire. They are less than 5 megawatts, so they can scale up to 5 megawatts. Their representation is that at scale, their cost of energy would be 15 cents a kilowatt hour. And that would be my guess where utilities would start considering playing. But my point is simply that why would we stop innovation here? This bill allows for innovation in whether it's nat gas or nuclear. I don't, it's not up to us to decide whether it scales or not. If private capital wants to take the risk and make the effort to see if they can actually develop those 5 megawatt reactors, then they should be certainly able to, and in fact, encouraged to do so.
Sounds to me like the arguments are getting repetitive here. Would we like to call the vote? Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This all seems kind of confusing to me. I would like to see advanced nuclear come in. There's a high fixed cost to generating that, but these facilities last decades, and you might have a long-term return on investment, 20, 30 years, but at the end of the day, at the end of the lifetime of the facility, you will have saved money. So it seems to me very difficult for individual entities to get over that big hump of the initial investment. So I would think that, say, for example, at the city level, we'd bond something like this and wouldn't give the taxpayer a huge raise in taxes. It would be over the lifespan of whatever we were going to build in the city. And so I kind of view that from that perspective, that long-term, we might save the ratepayer. Thank you.
So you might like to see securitization of the costs of this development? Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. And socialist that I am, I feel a need to advocate for the free market system first. Nuclear power has already taken $88 billion in taxpayer money out of our pockets, including loan guarantees, R&D, and tax credits. So I think the thumb is already well on the scale. When you talk about not putting the thumb, I think the thumb is already on the scale for nuclear. And this bill, even as amended, only reinforces that. So I'm extremely nervous about subsidizing an industry because it can't adequately attract shareholder interest. I'm even more concerned about distorting the market with an unholy mix of ratepayer subsidies and private investment. It hasn't worked in the past. This has a strong potential for even greater stranded cost. So I would be happy to see this bill sent to IS because there are potential merits. But clearly we are so far apart, I believe would serve our constituents better if we could find more common ground before proceeding.
Are you aware that the small modular nuclear reactor business has already attracted hundreds of billions of private market investment?
Then I would feel that we don't need to make that public move into investment then.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That would be my point. I mean, I think that this bill provides a lot of distortion to a system the system that we currently operate under in New England and in New Hampshire, which is the market-based system for generators to bring power plants into existence with private capital, and then bid into the market. We've had some language distortion here in terms of our discussion. This bill is about authorizing utilities to invest in this technology on the ratepayers' dime, and put the ratepayers on the hook for it, and earn a 9% or so return along the way. If private capital can bring these things into existence and bid the power into the market competitively, I'd love it. I would love to see that, but I haven't seen that yet anywhere in the country, and I don't know why we think that we're going to bring it in New Hampshire by putting ratepayers on the hook for it.
Representative Corn.
Thank you. Last year, we had HB 710, which started out as a bill to allow utilities to own nuclear, as I'm recalling. And in committee, we amended it to say, well, no, they don't own, but they can enter into PPAs. And that, to me, seems the much safer route, because then you're not putting the ratepayers on the hook for potential stranded costs. So that would still allow all the innovation that Representative Schneller is talking about, and it would, to a much larger degree, protect the ratepayers from things that could go wrong and having stranded costs. So, I mean, I would favor a bill like that, but something like what we have in front of us, I'm just very concerned about the stranded costs here and just the expense of the first megawatts to come out.
All right, we've got a couple of more bills that we need to do after this one, so I think I would like to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of this amendment and urge you all to vote your conscience on this amendment.
Adopt the amendment.
Yes, the motion will be adopt amendment number 0594H.
Vice Chair
Please-
Thomas.
Please take your private conversations out into the hallway, please.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschenier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
This is on the amendment, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes,
15-2.
by a vote of 15-2, the committee approves amendment or adopts amendment 0594H, which now brings us to the motion of ought to pass as amended by 0594H. Is there any further discussion needed? I think we've had a pretty robust discussion about it already. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the motion of ought to pass as amended by 0594H on HB 1775 FN.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschenier. Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
9, 10, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11 to 6.
Okay, by a vote of 11-6, The committee adopts the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1775 FN. I assume the minority position would be ITL? Yes. Okay. And Representative Bernardi will write the majority report. Who will write the minority report?
Representative Kaplan.
Representative Kaplan? Okay. I need that by 5 p.m., please.
That's in your inbox.
In my inbox? Great, thank you. All right, so that takes care of the work on HB 1775 FN. Now we'll move on to HB 1748 FN, and that's a bill that establishes the New Hampshire Energy Efficiency and Resource Development Authority, and I recognize Vice Chair Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend IS for HB 1748 FN.
Chair recognizes Representative Ploget.
Second the motion to interim study HB 1748.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of interim study for House Bill 1748 FN. Representative Vice Chair Thomas is recognized to discuss why.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill that would establish New Hampshire Energy Efficiency and Resource Development Authority is not ready to be voted on today in prime time, but in my opinion, we do like the thought behind it, and I'm not quite sure how it would go, and so this merits an interim study. I think that there might be some points coming out of it that we might want to recommend further legislation, but I don't know that. So I really do think that interim study in this case is appropriate for this bill. That's why I think we should vote on it that way.
Further discussion, Representative Corman.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually think ITL would be a more appropriate motion. I can live with interim study because either way, the bill doesn't go forward. But my reasons for ITL are several. First, we heard that in terms of energy efficiency, the programs that we have now are working well, and there's no need to transfer them to some other authority. In terms of the nuclear component, we already have the Office of Innovation. And in fact, in the State of the State message, the governor specifically tasked the Department of Energy with trying to establish pathways to nuclear. But I'm also concerned about a couple of specifics of the bill, and one being that this authority was exempt from 91A, meaning that right to know does not apply. And when we're talking about something such as nuclear, which is a fairly sensitive subject, a subject where in fact, federal regulation is becoming more lax under the current administration. And there are many people in the state who are very concerned about safety of nuclear. Having that under the cloak of not right to know not applying, I'm concerned about that. And then right after right to know not applying in that bill, there's also a provision that says that this authority would not be subject to the rules of any other state agency. So we would have this completely autonomous authority in charge of energy efficiency and nuclear. So I'm really not in favor of that, which is why I prefer ITL. I will vote for interim study, but I would really prefer ITL.
I think interim study is appropriate because it recognizes that there may be some good ideas in the bill. And while the issues you raise are very legitimate issues not to move forward with it, interim study doesn't move forward with it. So I think its good ideas are worth exploring while we reject its bad ideas. Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to that, there were some major concerns, and I thought that it was interfering a great deal with something that's already been established, the New Hampshire Saves program. And that is a major drawback of this. And I'm concerned that interim study it would take a lot of work to fix this. And it would be better off if, say, it came back next week with a proper bill, because during the discussion, it was admitted that this might fly with the removal of the interference with NH saves with some additional modification. But with the interim study, I don't know if that's the correct form to really address the major shortcomings in the bill. So I agree with Representative Corman.
You said that it would come back next week.
No, next year. Okay. Week, time flies.
Yeah. Well, if it was going to come back next week, I was going to have you do that for us. Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was leaning towards IS, and the main thing I liked was, yes, I definitely see problems with it, absolutely. The parts I really liked, though, the parts where I could see grabbing this and putting into bills, especially for next term or when we come back, is with the part where it goes into, it does a very good explanation on page 12, page 13, page 14, when it goes in what we were talking about with the last bill, about nuclear-related industry development, about bonds, issuance of bonds, which Representative Rochelle was mentioning earlier, spreading it out, and going into a very good description of everything. So what I'm basically getting at is there's a lot of good information in here that we could definitely use. And there's a lot, but there is parts that we could butcher and would say they're not going to be, they're needed. So that's why I'm leaning towards IS.
Okay, Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I'm suffering from a little bit of whiplash here since we just, decided not to IS a previous bill that had some equally valid, good ideas in it, and had some parts that seemed to be in need of work, and that was just like a half a page of a bill. This bill is like 15 pages long and has some major flaws. It's basically unworkable. Yes, it has the seeds of some good ideas and some innovative thought, but it's way too ambitious in terms of like trying to bring together a nuclear program with an energy efficiency program and having the staff do both, sets of work. It just seems so outrageously unworkable that it doesn't deserve interim study, in my opinion, at all.
Okay, Representative McGee, we'll give you the last word on this.
Thank you. And I just want to say, I think the bill is clearly duplicative. I look at establishing an authority that takes on the responsibilities that the utilities are doing today and that the Department of Energy was clearly tasked with looking at in terms of the governor's state of the state. So if some of these ideas are going to take root somewhere, it seems like we already have homes for them. We don't need to create a new bureaucracy with all of this funding and no oversight. They also exempted themselves from any ethics rules. So, I wouldn't want to see it go forward. That's why I think it should be ITL'd. I think the bill has too many things in it that are just wouldn't be a good idea to put into statute.
Okay, I'm going to
Chair?
ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of interim study for House Bill 1748 FN.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ploche.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller. Yes. Representative Savorn Deschenier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson. Yes. Chairman Bose.
Yes.
14-3.
By a vote of 14-3, the committee adopts the motion of interim study for House Bill 1748 FN. Will there be a alternative minority position?
Yeah.
Our go-to guy on the end there, it'd be Representative Kaplan again.
Do you want to do ITL as
Yeah,
the?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. And will there be a minority report?
Does that entail, it goes to the House floor and we have a debate?
Could you turn on your mic, please?
The minority report entailed that it needs a debate on the House floor or?
No, a minority report just allows you to state in the calendar what your position is, but it
Okay.
doesn't require a debate. Debates happen sometimes, but they're not required.
Yeah, there will be a minority report.
Okay, so Representative Kaplan will do the minority report.
Who's the majority?
And the majority report will be done by Representative Thomas. And I need those by 5 o'clock, so you got about a half hour.
Mr. Chairman, did you mean Chair Thomas?
Yes, Vice Chair Thomas. That's who I was speaking about, yes. All right, so that takes care of HB 1748 FN. Now, I would like to propose that we do one more, which is HB 1742. And I am going to move, ought to pass as amended by Amendment 0583H, which I have passed out to everyone here. You should have a copy. And I'm going to recognize Representative McGee for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of, ought to
Gonna
pass.
You're going
ought
to second my motion?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was reading, so yes, I will second your motion.
Thank you. All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we consider Amendment 0583H. And as I said, I passed this out to all of you a little while ago. It's a replace all amendment, but it does exactly the same thing as the original bill. It just does it with cleaner, more compact, less confusing language. But it does also make a few substantive changes. On line 16 of the amendment, it changes the customer generator's enrollment status to within 20 business days. And on line 21, it allows a customer generator to report that there's been a problem with his enrollment in a community aggregation for up to 4 months after the discovery of said misenrollment. And then on line 23, it allows a customer generator to request the utility to restore up to 3 months of missing net metering credits. So those are the substantive changes in the amendment. The rest of the amendment is the same, and it restores customer generators who inadvertently enrolled in a municipal or county aggregation program and lost net metering credits through no fault of their own. It was an inadvertent enrollment, and they're deserving, in my judgment, of recovery of their lost net metering credits. So that's the essence of the amendment. Further discussion needed? I passed them all out. If there are more, they're around here somewhere. I thought I gave you one.
You did, and I very efficiently lost it.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Those commas, you know.
All right, any further discussion needed? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the amendment 0583H.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Sabor Duchenier.
Yes.
Representative McGee. Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
17,
By a vote of 17-0, the amendment is adopted. We'll now move to the question of ought to pass as amended. Is there any further discussion needed? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk as soon as he's ready to call the roll on the question of ought to pass as amended by 0583H on House Bill 1742.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson. Representative Schneller. Representative Saborn Deschenier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
17-0.
By a vote of 17-0, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass as amended by 0583H on House Bill 1742. I will write the committee calendar report, and it will go on the consent calendar without objection.
No objection.
Wow. Well, thank you, everybody. That was a tough day. Lots of hard work done and lots of great debate and information exchange about the various bills before us. I want to thank you all for your hard work and your respectful debate about these important issues. We're back here again tomorrow, a little bit later start. We'll start at 10 o'clock instead of 9. And we have 4 bills to hear, and you'll all be extremely excited to learn that once we each reach the end of the day tomorrow, we will have heard all of our bills. We'll still have about a dozen to make decisions about, but at least we will have heard them all by tomorrow afternoon. So enjoy your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.